so soon. You flies, nigga. T-Rock. You say drink. Come on, wait. Turn up.
Hi, Beth. How you doing? Can you hear me? I hope the audio is sounding good. I want to thank everybody for coming through tonight. Those that are keeping it live and those that come in later. Hey, Beverly, you there? Okay, I'll wait for Bev to check in. But
You
in
can
any
hear me?
case,
Yeah, you
yeah,
can hear me
yeah,
now. I was
yeah, I can hear
muted.
you.
I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. Um, actually, today, you know what? Did I click this right? Here we go. Let me go down. I
Okay.
don't know why this didn't open up correctly. Oh,
Wait a
here it is.
minute.
This is why. Tonight, we are dealing with political talk. And the question really is today, the question is, where do we stand in our nation's politics? And when we say we, we're talking about the demographic called Black America, Afro Americans, and the likes. Um, but we could also extend it a little bit beyond that if it's necessary, just for the sake of the dialogue. But let me see what's going on with this. Okay, I see. Let me close this one down. Yeah, but for the moment, we're going to deal with African Americans, Black Americans, that group that has been said to deserve reparations in the United States of America, and for historic reasons, which has not yet happened. But it's a part of the political process. Obviously, you need Congress and you need the Senate to do something about it, to implement it, to create a law that acknowledges it and says, yeah, here we go. We're going to take actions on this reparations. Here you go. But until then, we just dealing with what we have at the current moment. So Beverly, we just had
Yeah.
we had some recent events, and one of the recent events was the State of the Union address by our president, Mr. Biden. Yep. You okay, Bev?
Yeah, I'm good now. But it's okay, good.
Oh, okay. You working on your audio?
No, I don't know why echoing, because I'm not open. I don't.
It's probably you probably have an extra tab open in YouTube. Just close all the other tabs down if you have audio, or mute the audio on your other tabs.
On my other tab. Yeah, it's no only one tab open that I see. Wait, let me see again.
One that has YouTube. The one that has YouTube, this stream on it, mute that one.
Now I don't hear you.
Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. I only have one tab open. But this is
okay. Do you still hear an echo?
Now I don't.
Okay, there you go. It must have got worked out.
Doing it again. I don't know what it is. Okay.
Okay. No worries. We can wait.
Use the one that has YouTube.
Well, if you have a YouTube tab open, just put it on mute. Because when you're in StreamYard, you don't need to have the other audio up.
Now, wait, let me see. I still hear it. I'm not saying nothing. I don't know what this is. It's like a delayed response.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Why don't you log out and then log back in?
I am going to log out and log back in.
Yeah, it might be easier that way. But no worries, no worries. Just try to do that.
Now it's good. I don't hear the echo.
Okay, okay, it's working now. All right. Yeah, okay. No worries. It happens sometimes. But yeah, tonight we got a special night. And that is, let me bring it back up again on the screen so everybody can hear it. Let's see here. We got, actually, did I take it down? Oh, this annoys me so much. Let me open up a new tab myself. Good grief. It is, where do we fit in our nation's politics? But let me just open it up here for everybody to check out and see what the exact program is. It's this one. Here we go. Can y'all see that? Nah, let me pull it up. There it is. Boom. Here it is. Right? And if we go back, boom, it looks like this. So anybody that sees this, please click on it and you're live. And so the question we're asking today is, where do we stand in our nation's politics? Sunday political talk. And Beverly, as I was saying, we had some current events that were political. And so why don't we start there with the State the State of the Union.
All right. You want to pull it up? You can pull them up better than me. Pull the
Okay,
state.
let me.
You know,
And then
you
we're gonna
quick
ask.
than I
Hmm?
am, but I can do it now if you want me. I don't know. I'm still learning that. I'm slow with it,
Okay,
but
okay, no worries, no worries. I'll pull it up here because I got it prepared. So,
yeah,
you
I
know,
gotta get it done like that too.
there we go, Nigel folks. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, Nigel folks is in the house. Andrea, Donnie, and we're gonna see who else comes in for this talk. But it is political talk, and we had this idea. I mean, even within the quote unquote, a lot of times we're dealing with different aspects or different sectors of Black life here. Sometimes we talk about African history. Sometimes we talk about problematic issues in our community, like we were dealing with Brother Polite, scammers, pedophiles, and all of this other stuff. But that doesn't negate the fact that politics is very real and very serious. And this is a political year. This is the year of the next presidential election, but every year is a political year, but this is a big one. And a lot of Americans put their hopes on who the next president is. The president is the one that gets to sign the bills into law. Everybody else can make them, everybody else can write them, everybody else can debate them, but they cannot be ratified into law. It takes the president's signature to do that. So a lot of Americans put their hopes on the president, and the president is 1/3 of the what is it? What do they call it? The powers, right? Of the country. There's the judicial, right? Then there's the Congress, the legislative, and then there's the executive office, right? And so none of them can do nothing without the president putting the signature on it, pretty much, right? Now, as far as implementing new laws, strategies, and things to aid American folks, right? So now we got the uh, the the State of the Union, which a lot of people were looking forward to. Me myself, I haven't really seen it. Um, I don't know. I didn't have the time to really watch it at this moment, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to bring it up and see what people thought about it, get people's thoughts on it, the folks that did watch it. But one of the reasons why I really wasn't excited, so excited this year, is, to be honest, I haven't really heard a lot of stuff that sounds out of the ordinary, right? I haven't heard, for example, anything like reparations. And I'm not even talking about from Biden's mouth or the Democrat leadership. I just mean from regular everyday folk, Black folk. I haven't heard reparations, reparations. We want reparations. I haven't heard it. And so I kind of took it as a regular election year, but maybe I could be wrong. But why don't we take a listen to it and see what's there? Did you listen to it, Beth? Beverly? Pumpkin, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I keep forgetting. I was doing something. I muted. Yeah, I
Oh,
listened to
okay.
it when it happened. It was good because it Biden put out the plans and he asked them different things and they couldn't give it. This election here is about getting rid of Donald Trump. See, we will not have another normal, quote unquote, normal presidential election until Donald Trump is out of the picture. If he wins, everything is because he said he's going to rewrite the Constitution. Now, I don't want to know how he's going to do that, but he said he's going to rewrite the Constitution. When you look at it, you'll see what I'm talking about. This one is about, you know, about the Republicans not wanting to do nothing. I don't know what Donald Trump knows on these people, but you'll see. You watch it and you'll see. You'll see what I'm talking about. I've never seen nothing like it.
Okay. And for me, it's sad. It's really a sad day because normally I don't vote for stuff like that. Like, this election is for getting rid of Donald Trump. I don't usually vote for that. For me, it's really sad that getting rid of Donald Trump, it has become the primary issue that people are asked to vote for instead of something that people need in their everyday lives. You know what I mean? Like, and it's really sad. It's really telling that the issue is if Donald Trump stays in power, there will be no more country. There will be no more democracy as we know
It's,
it.
it's sad.
Versus other countries that are saying, "Hey, let's vote for universal health care. Hey, let's vote for our students to go to school for free, universal education. Hey, let's something like that." You see what I mean? But instead, in the United States, it's like, no, we voting for America to keep the democracy together. So I just think personally, it's a letdown. It's a real letdown because hey, I mean, it seems like uh I don't know. I don't buy it. But let me just play it. I'm not trying to be
But it's a
pessimistic, but
necessity, though. This time it's a necessity
it's a
to
necessity. Yeah.
do. It's a necessity this time. I've never, like, I've been following politics ever since I was like 10 years old because that's when JFK was elected. He was the first Catholic president, actively, because Al Smith, they wouldn't. He would have been a good president, but they wouldn't take him because he was Catholic. So when Kennedy got in, he broke the seal for Catholics to get in, and he turned out to be pretty good. That's why they assassinated him. So anyway, you'll see.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, all right. So
Yeah.
let's let it rip. Let's see what they got to say here. Let me bring it back. Here we go. Boom.
But before you listen, watch the speaker. Look at his body language as the speech goes on. Watch the guy with the glasses on. Just watch him when it goes on. I want to
Okay, the
see if
guy
you
to
can.
the right with the glasses. All right, all
Yeah.
right, got you. All right, here we go.
Good evening. Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans. In January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation, and he said, "I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that needs to defend itself. That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers. In fact, there are no American soldiers at war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. It wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." Now, my predecessor.
Should we give some kind of overview of that? Tear down this wall. What did that mean for the U.S. in practical terms? Because a lot of people don't know. A lot of Americans don't know, what that meant. That basically meant that Germany became a full, pretty much NATO member, became the first or second largest EU member economically, right? Powerhouse in the EU, which is an ally. It's another major ally of the U.S., right?
But that phrase meant to tear down the Berlin Wall. That's what they were talking when they said tear down that wall.
Right, but that wall split
NATO, right?
Germany.
They didn't get to NATO after that wall came.
Exactly.
Okay.
No. The wall was separating East Germany from West Germany.
Right.
The U.S. controlled West Germany. The Russians controlled East Germany. When that wall came down, all that economy from West permeated the East, and Germany became the biggest powerhouse in the EU and an ally of the U.S., economic ally, and a trade ally, and a military. I mean, they couldn't get their military up, but right now they're just getting to it. They're just passing laws now. So it was actually something strong, a strong move, a U.S. move against Russia and against some other threats, you see. But I just wanted to go over that because to a lot of Americans, they don't really realize what it means for that wall to come down. They, of course, there was the rhetoric of families were separated. Yeah, that too. Families were separated, but Germany became an economic powerhouse also, and a major trade ally and military ally too at this point, So just wanted to cover that because to a lot of folks, if it doesn't affect them directly, they don't really, it doesn't matter, or they may not get it. But let's go on.
A former Republican president tells Putin, quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable. America is a founding member of NATO, the military alliance of democratic nations created after World War II to prevent war and keep the peace. And today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. We welcomed Finland to the alliance last year. And just this morning, Sweden officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. So let's stand up. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And they know how to fight. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen. I say this to Congress, we have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. If the United States walks away, it will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down.
Let me just pull that back. Is that like Republicans sitting down and Democrats standing up? Beverly, you there?
I keep forgetting because I'm trying to do two things at one time. No, that's a protest. The Republicans don't want to hear nothing he has to say. But if you want, that's the new speaker with the glasses on, Mike Johnson. And he's shaking his head. If he agrees with something, notice he shakes his head. And if you look at his hands, he claps for him, but he won't stand up and he won't show his hands anymore.
Right. Yeah. And then all the Republicans on the floor sitting down and all the Democrats stood up and clapped.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
Okay. Just to make sure. All right, let's go.
Will not walk away. We will not bow down. I will not bow down. In a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th, when insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger at the throat of American democracy. Many of you are here on that darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War. But they failed. America stood.
Look, he ain't even clapping on that one. It's like you can invade the Capitol as long as you're Republican. He's just gonna sit there.
No, he's clapping. He's
clapping, but he's not that excited. He's kind of not sure if he. Yeah,
he's trying to hide. He don't want the people to see he's for it. I mean, that's ridiculous. It gets ridiculous.
Better. Yeah. You know, like he didn't see those people go in there and take a shit on the carpet. You know what I'm saying? Kick in some people's doors, try to find some people. He didn't see nobody with a hangman rope outside the Capitol talking about where Mike Pence at. He should have stood up and clapped. He didn't see no police officers get in harm's way. He didn't see nobody get their ass shot. And look, this dude is like.
Go ahead and listen to it.
Let's go. Yeah. All right. Let's go.
Is crazy.
America stood strong and democracy prevailed. We must be honest. The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th. I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win.
The Republicans are like, oh, yes, we can.
Yeah, his hand. You see the tip of his head. He's clapping. He agrees with a lot of what he's saying, but he won't stand.
No, and he won't smile. Look at his face. He's like, I'm going to have the thinnest smile out here on YouTube. But
it's crazy.
As I've done ever since being elected to office, I ask all of you without regard to party to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office of defending against all threats, foreign and domestic. Respect free and fair elections, restore trust in our institutions, and make clear political violence has absolutely no place in America, zero place. Again, it's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. Woo-hoo. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child. The Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Karen.
When Biden going to talk about the high top tennis shoes we going to get? I'm getting bored.
He don't mention that.
Where are my high top tennis shoes? God damn it! That's what I want. You know, I need to stay awake. I'm falling.
Guarantee it nationwide. Like most Americans, I believe Roe v. Wade got it right. I thank Vice President Harris for being an incredible leader, defending reproductive freedom, and so much more. Thank you. My predecessor came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned. He's the reason it was overturned, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos that has resulted. Joining us tonight is Kate Cox, the wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus with a fatal condition. Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk if she didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well, but it's happening in too many others. There are state laws banning the freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need.
Okay, now we just had a whole lot of people. We had, hundreds and hundreds of people watching a live about Nature Boy, about a woman who got sexually assaulted, right? Women that he made have abortions for one reason or another. But here's the flip side of it. Do you think you should be forced to have a baby if it was Nature Boy's baby? Or better yet, do you think you should be forced to have a baby that they can tell in the womb already will have medical complications in life? I'm going to tell you flat out, and I'm not trying to scare anybody, I've met a sister like that before in the US, in the United States of America. She had a child. There's no man around. No man stuck around. The father didn't stick around. She had to raise that child. That child could not walk. That child's legs had to be that child's arms. She was a young mother too. Do you realize what it takes to be a young mother, to give up all those things that people are in their 20s are giving up, to have to raise a child that can't even walk, has to move around the room with their hands, with their arms, like their legs? So should that person get access to help to terminate a pregnancy? Who's going to pay for that child? Who's going to pay for the child, the medical bills for that child, the whole life? Do you think it's fair? Do you want to see? I've had to see somebody raise somebody like that up until they're in their teenage years. That person, all they could do is lay in their bed for 15 years. But in any case, I just wanted to say that since he was talking about that, because I'm curious, what do the ladies think about that? Go ahead, Beth. Yeah, go ahead.
I had a sick baby, but it wasn't that catastrophic, but it was a sick baby. He had a hole in his heart. My son was supposed to have open heart surgery, but he was very skinny, very long, very skinny. At 6 months, he only weighed 23 pounds, and he was tall. So they waited until he was 18 months, and they repaired it, but the heart is damaged. It's damaged, but he grew up to be a monster when he was a teenager, and he leveled out. He's okay now, as far as I know. But yeah, it happens. I mean, it could have been worse, but it wasn't. But if
It's
people
happening
do
a
it
lot.
all,
It's
yeah,
happening a lot. And again,
it
you
happens
want to
to,
have,
yeah. It happens.
I mean, yeah, would you want to be that person? Would you want to be that
No,
person that never been able to walk, that their arms have always been their legs? Would you want to be that person who's in a bed for their entire life, just in a bed? That's all they can do is be in a bed. Would you want to be that person? Would you want to be
no,
the person raising them? You know?
no, no. I worked with that population. I worked at a state facility. I worked for the state of New Jersey, and they had kids that like that. They had they had a girl. It took four people just to move her head because if you let her head fall, it was so heavy it would break her neck. You know. And
Hmm.
then I worked with a guy. His mother had German measles, and he was bent like a S, like the letter S. And
Right.
I've seen it all, and that's why I only had, I had high risk pregnancy, very high risk pregnancy. See, so
Hmm.
I
But if
started not to have my son, but I went on and said, but I said I wasn't pushing the issue because I have high risk pregnancy. I said, nope, you know what? God gave me one, I'll take this one. Although I wanted a daughter, I got a son, but I wasn't trying to do it no more because I was afraid of what you just said, that I would get a baby that was sick, really sick. My son had the open heart surgery. He's fine. He did everything and that the other kids did, and a lot of what he shouldn't have did. But you know, I left it alone. No, I would not want to have that kind of kid.
Yeah, and it's an individual choice. They will be attempting, or they have attempted to take away, to make it just an option. Many people don't have. But it is an individual choice. So I just wanted to say that since he brought that up. But let's see here.
Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look, it's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you're right about that.
So he's basically pointing out, saying that women are going to play a big role in this next election, right? That's what that statement means, right?
Right. Women are. Women are.
Exactly. And he's banking on women coming out and basically, voting for Biden and Harris, and because of the Republicans, primarily their agenda has pissed women off. Okay, so let's just go on. Let's keep going. Yeah.
Clearly, those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024. If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again. Folks, America cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know how far we come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses? Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives? of loved ones, millions left behind, a mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. A president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable. I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. It doesn't make news in 1,000 cities and towns. The American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told. So let's tell the story here. Tell it here and now. America's comeback is building the future of American possibilities, building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down.
Yeah, but that might be true. But Nigel folks, do you want to? Do you agree with the policy of Do you want Roe versus Wade knocked out? Do you want abortions limited? Do you want to have to do what a lot of people had to do as of late, travel to different states and things like that? I mean, as a woman, how do you feel about abortion and abortion rights? Because of course he's a politician, so he's gonna be playing chess with every single thing, and Trump will be too, and probably most elected officials, once they get up there to the Congress and the Senate, they're playing chess with it. But the thing is that as a voter, the only thing we can do is hold the politicians to their word. That's our job, right? Joe Biden is no different from Trump when it comes to those things. He's playing a chess game like every other president in America to divide black and brown families. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that. That's true. But at the end of the day, so what you're saying is that you're not going to vote because it won't matter? Or are you going to vote? I mean, because to me, it sounds like this is I'm not going to vote because there's no difference. So it don't matter. My vote don't matter. But it's a lot of people that feel that way. Let's continue.
In all America, in all Americans, to make sure everyone has a fair shot. We leave no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccines that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does.
Now, I think he's blaming Trump for how he handled the crisis. Trump said it came out of China, and but the question is that he also said he also gave a lot of disinformation about how to deal with COVID medically to the public. He was talking about people drinking Clorox or some shit like this. He was talking about all kinds of things that wasn't even coming out of his own out of the U.S. medical. What is it called? The FDA? Is it the FDA? What is it? I'm sorry, y'all. That's what Pumpkin here is supposed to be telling me. Pumpkin, let me know when you're back. But he went against the U.S. Own advisors. Is it the CDC? Yeah, he went against the CDC, Donald Trump. But let's see.
I'm back.
That's what America does.
Okay, yeah. Isn't that it? Trump, he didn't use the CDC's advice, right? Wasn't he?
He used his own advice. He told people to use bleach to shoot.
Yeah, exactly. How you go? So in other words, if you believe COVID, there's two groups of people in the U.S. One that believe it was a hoax and it's not real, and so therefore you don't have to do anything about it. And others that believed it's a pandemic and it's coming for some reason, and it's going to affect all kinds of things because it's going to stop people from going to work. It's going to stop everyday life from happening. And Trump was one that he talked about it being a pandemic, but he also talked about it being like a hoax in a way. Like he wasn't that helpful, that decisive, you could say. And so, yeah, Biden and the Democrats do blame Trump for not handling it well, according to them. That's what they say. That's That's one of their political markers. So
But you do know he almost died. He almost
yeah,
died from
Trump.
COVID. Yeah, he almost died from COVID and was vaccinated and told all those people that not to do it. Yep.
Trump's ass. He almost died from his own advice. Well, here we go. Let's go. But then someone else is going to be like, "Yeah, but people died from the vaccine." Okay, fair enough. That's how you want. I'm going to be neutral here. I'm going to be neutral. I know what I believe, but I'm not forcing. I'm not going to force my belief on anybody. So,
Folks, I hear the economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years, a record, a record. Unemployment at 50-year lows.
Andrea, I see Nigel's comments in the chat. They're right here. Nigel, folks, what you mean? If they're not in the chat, it's not because of me. But let me know. It's why she wrote you a message. I see her comments in the chat. Yeah, I see her comments in the chat. So yeah.
Record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a little act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting. Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are, we will. More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before. The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up, inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world and tending lower. The landing is and will be soft. And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Right here in America, where they belong.
Okay, so that's another point he brings up. Creating American jobs. How many people think that it's important for the next party to create jobs that are well-paying, secure, provide security, maybe healthcare benefits, retirement, and things like that in the U.S.? Is that something that's like part of what you think is good for our folks, African Americans, or is that like something that's not really necessary at this point?
That's really necessary.
Let's see the last one you read. Okay. Oh yeah, why is that, Bill? Why you think that's necessary?
Oh, we need a union. I had a union job. I had all kind of health benefits. And I had a good paying job, For what I did, I made like close to 80,000 a year, which wasn't bad because it wasn't, it wasn't a college, type of job, but it was a job and it was good. I lived decent.
Right,
So,
but do
and
Americans?
healthcare is major. You gotta have healthcare.
Right, but do Black Americans as a group, is that something they want the president to deal with directly, like hands-on? Do they want the president to say, okay, well, this is how we're going to achieve this? Private industry must do this, government must do this, or government must do this to make private industry do this? Do Black Americans want a president that goes that route? Or do Black Americans want a president that's just going to say, hey, leave it up to the free market? Free market will figure it out.
I'm going to say something. And when I say this, and every time I say this, I get Black people mad with me. The average Black person now doesn't care about that job because they want Section 8, they want SNAP benefits. So if they take low-paying jobs, they get 70% of their rent paid and all of that. So they don't want that. I want that. I want that for my grandkids because, excuse me, my grandkids work. The ones that only 2 of them are old enough to have a steady, good paying jobs and stuff. But that's a catch-22 because most of them, they want that Section 8 housing because they don't have to work. I know so many of these young girls that quit working because they had a thing in New Jersey where Christy Whitman, she was the governor, and she had told the people to hire all people off of the welfare rolls. And they did that at my job. And they would go to lunch and the girls would go to lunch and never come back. But I don't know, they need to make everybody go to work and give them a good paying job. $15 an hour is not enough money in this economy. And with the corporations taking over and raising the rent, but he's going to say something about that too. But they need universal, good jobs and make these people go to work. Welfare should be cut more than it is. Now, I know that ain't a popular idea among our folks, some of our folks, not all of us, but I'm
having a hard time. I don't even know what Black America wants, to be honest with you. That's why I'm asking. In general, I'm not really too sure. I'd rather probe and see what folks say they want.
Well, I know somewhat what they want because, like I said, I work around these girls. Mm-hmm. I don't have to take this because and when they get to a certain limit, they will quit the job. They want the lower paying job to keep the Section 8. They get all the food stamps. It's crazy. My sister worked for 42 years for welfare for the Passaic County Board of Social Services. She was a social worker, and she always told me, I used to get upset because I wanted my rent paid too. But I never had it because I never worked a minimum wage job in my life. Even when I was in high school, I never had a minimum wage job. But she used to tell me that. She said, you don't want that. She said, because you can't have nothing. All of these free programs they have are designed to keep you down. So what you're saying is most of them don't really understand the need to get a good paying job because they rather keep what they got. Which is always going to keep them needy.
Oh, who are you talking about? Who's we?
No, but, It's always going to keep Black people needy. It's going to keep. You mean
welfare?
Welfare, Section 8, all those social programs. Okay. I'm talking about all social programs. They're not designed to pull you up. Jobs will, but they're not designed to pull you up. My sister was a social worker and she did it. And she told me all the different things because she knew the limit. She did the budgets for it. And she did budgets for it. And she said the money that they allow you to have in the bank, you have to keep less than $2,000 in the bank. What is $2,000 and what is less?
Oh, right.
So,
yeah. Okay.
So
what you think about that, Andrea?
We need it.
Andrea, you there?
I'm here. I think a little different. I don't think everybody that's on welfare is there because they want to be. Some people can't afford the health insurance. They're making minimum wage. Some people are not making enough money to be able to afford health insurance for their children. Some people are a paycheck away from being broke. I mean, there's so many variables, and I think once they decide to stop the corporate welfare, then they can address the people at the bottom. It cost us more when the bottom fell out in 2008 than all the people who are on the bottom receiving welfare. We paid more to recover the economy during that time because no bank was too big to fail and all those other policies they put in place, and then they turn around when this other one was in office and gave themselves $1 trillion tax cuts. So who's paying for that? We can sit back and point our finger at the person at the bottom of the rung, but at the end of the day, if we're not down there, it's not, there's nothing to brace the fall. We're down there to brace the fall of those of the rich people who continue to figure out a way to use the government, because the government sets the tax codes, to take advantage of those tax codes for whatever. And right. we are still at the bottom struggling. So I disagree with that. I don't think, should people go to work? Sure, they should. Should they put limitations on how much money people can make because they need assistance? No, because they sure don't do it to the rich and wealthy. And you talking about socialism? Socialism is what takes place up at the top. They are ensuring that they can have every benefit possible to put more money in their coffers than the people at the bottom who they know need to make a livable wage. And you can't do it on $15 an hour. It's just not possible. Somebody has to do those jobs. Somebody has to work those jobs. So we can sit back and say all that all we want to, but at the end of the day, we need to stop. Stuff happens from the top down. That's like if you live in a 2-story house and you're constantly taking stuff upstairs and you don't ever clean up there, what's going to happen?
Right.
Eventually, the bottom's going to fall out.
Yeah. I think the U.S.
We can't keep pointing finger.
I think the U.S.
But Andrea,
go ahead, Beverly.
No, I was going to say, but
Andrea,
I'm not talking about the people that need it, because the people who need it, who get it, they get jobs and they get off. You have hardcore. You have people on welfare. I'm talking about the hardcore ones. I'm not talking about the people who need it.
I understand that, but neither do they need those $1 trillion tax cuts either. But they get it, don't they? The corporations don't need all the money, but they get it, don't they? Exactly. It's amazing to me that we want to look at the people at the bottom who are not causing the severe economic crisis that we have faced in this country. It is not them that's doing that. Okay, we are constantly bailing out those who can afford to do and to have. People at the bottom can't afford all of that, and so I don't care who's at the bottom at the moment. I don't care who they are and why they're there. I don't care, because I know we spend more money on those who we keep allowing these tax codes and different things. They find all these loopholes. They can have offshore tax accounts and all kinds of stuff to avoid paying taxes, and nor do they pay into Social Security. Do you know it caps at $160,000? Once you reach $160,000 a year, you don't have to pay into Social Security anymore. So when you got all that going on, how are you going to sit back and look at the people at the bottom as if they're the problem? I'm not saying you, Beverly. I'm just saying people as a whole. How are you going to look at the people at the bottom? It just doesn't work that way. If everybody was paying into Social Security, it would never go solvent, ever. They're not paying their fair share. The rich are not paying their fair share in Social Security. So I'm just saying.
That's a given. That's a given. We all know that. But the Black community, because of social programs, is being destroyed. This, and it's not the whole thing that's destroying the Black community. It's not everything.
Let me ask you something though, Beverly. When you say because of the social programs, what exactly do you mean? Like
Section 8. Just I don't know. People say, my friends tell me, "Oh, you're just mad because you can't get it."
But see, you know how I look at it? I look at it like this. Kind of like welfare is designed to manage things, to manage basically folks that like you say don't have an education, or maybe are disabled or enabled, or are like question mark. You may not know exactly what's wrong with this individual or what's stopping or hindering, because there's a lot of people that they might have some mental illness but may not be diagnosed, or may lack a certain amount of education, may just have some kind of inability to just be able to make that job that's going to pay the bills, right, for them to take care of themselves. But here's the thing. The middle class and the wealthy, when they pay taxes, they're helping to manage that issue. So it's like they're keeping these people out of their way. You see what I mean? So that everyone who does know how to get an education, who does know how to get up in the morning, can actually do those things, can actually do it well. So you could have a person who can't pay the bills be on the street begging you for money every day, or a person who can't pay the bills out there robbing your ass every day, or turning into some other problem that you end up paying for. You can end up putting them in jail. You pay for that. You see, it's a way of managing. And the other thing I look at it as is that, why would I care about somebody? Why would I see a person that's on Section 8, that's government housing, a person who's getting welfare, that's the lowest amount of money a person could get in the entire country. They're not even taking a job from me. They're clearing the way for me to get that job because I know how to do something. You see what I mean? So why would I look at it like my responsibility to say, hey, you need to do this or you need to do that? Why would that be my business?
But I know.
Why wouldn't I just say, stay out my way? Help these people stay out of my way so I can do all those wonderful things. And when they feel like doing these wonderful things, maybe they will just go do it. But for some reason, maybe they don't. You don't know necessarily what's behind it. I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, that's just how I look at it, because like Andrea pointed out, there's a lot of folks getting welfare. Corporations are getting welfare in the United States of America.
But that's
They're getting bailouts.
And can I?
But it's still fair though. If we didn't give them that money, they're supposed to do it in a free market society by themselves. It's capitalism. And now we come and bail out the capitalists. How does that make sense?
It doesn't. It doesn't make sense. And, I wouldn't even attempt to say it makes sense because it doesn't. But I see something B. Buccaneer says welfare was created out of Social Security, and blacks didn't get Social Security until the 1960s. That's not true. That's not true.
That's not true?
No, my dad got Social Security as soon as it came out in the 1930s. Whenever it came out in the 1930s, my dad and my mom had got it. What the Social Security that black people got in the 1960s, like my mother's mother always had a job. She was a cook. She always cooked for white people back then. If you had proof that you had did that kind of work, they gave you a set amount. And my grandmother had proof because she always did it. And the people she worked for, filled out these papers for her and gave the papers. And that's how she got a Social Security check. But when Social Security came out in 1935, because my dad had the original Social Security card. He had his original Social Security card for years. So the maids and the butlers, the people that worked in the Jim Crow South, that never worked under it, they were allowed, if they could prove they had worked for somebody, they gave them a set amount. Now, I'll tell you what I think they should do away, and it would be more solvent. I don't understand why they give drug addicts Social Security. I'm sorry, SSI is nothing but it's welfare, Social Security welfare. They get $800. Ain't never worked nowhere, ain't never did nothing, staying on the corners, snort up, shoot up, whatever else. Now sorry.
But that's a generalization though. You don't that's a generalization. You don't know you don't know if those are veterans. You don't know who those people are that have found themselves in that situation. I would be hard pressed. My thing is, okay, so you got a big conglomerate like Walmart. Walmart doesn't pay people a living wage. So those people in turn either have to work another job to make ends meet, or they're on welfare to make ends meet. So Walmart is making a hell of a lot of money to the detriment of their employees. Okay, so now you got Walmart doing these self checks, which I refuse to use because I don't work there. But when I go there first thing in the morning, I have to go find somebody to go open up a register because they want to force you to go down there to bag your own groceries. And I keep telling them I don't work here and I refuse to bag my own groceries. This is not a sack and save. This is if you want people close. If you're worried about people stealing, close those self checkouts down and hire these cashiers back and pay them a decent wage. But in the meantime, what you're not going to do is make me do the job that you don't want to hire people to do because you're trying to figure out a way to get over on people. They're the ones who are doing that. But yet we keep trying to figure out, trying to point to the people at the bottom. We don't know. We got veterans who are living on the streets. We don't know why people are in the condition that they're in. So I'm not going to say because a person might be a drug addict that it's a bad thing because I don't know. I know that my dad was in the military. I have brothers who served in the military. And I would hate to think that somebody would think if they wound up on the street somewhere from post-traumatic stress disorder or whatever the case may be, because some of them get stationed in places where they have burned pits and people are suffering in their lungs and stuff like that. And you don't know what could be causing people to be in that condition. So I again would beg to differ. We can't just swipe the brush across everybody.
I agree with you on that. Because I have, and even the drug addict. I mean, I get mad. Don't get me wrong. I get mad about it, but I just get fed up with it sometimes because they have things out there, and I'm not talking about the veterans because you basically know the veterans. You can tell the veterans they're different.
Not necessarily. Well, I don't think not necessarily.
I don't know. And the younger ones I'm talking about now, they got this thing where they take horse tranquilizers, xylazine, which is a horse tranquilizer. I mean, come on, people. I understand. I've never been an addict, but from what I've been told about being an addict, it's not an easy thing once you get, to get off of it, once you get hooked on it. But you're not a damn horse. Why would you take a horse tranquilizer? Come on. So
you're saying the younger. So let me understand because I'm trying to make sure I understand. So you think the younger vets are abusing the system? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, no. I'm not saying the veterans are. I'm not saying any veterans are. Veterans should not be in the street, as far as I'm concerned. You serve your country here. You go to war. You have what is it?
PTSD.
You have PTSD. Of course, if you didn't go in the military, you would have never gotten like that. Of course, they're entitled to it. They earn that. But I'm talking about you have hardcore people who will tell you, I like what I'm doing. I'm not going to rehab. Those are the people, the hardcore people. And there are a lot of veterans. I see veterans in the street, and when I have money, I give it to them. But you have hardcore people in corporations that are on drugs as well. They're doing all kinds of stuff, but yet the system still seems to support them, right? They still make their money. They still get the benefits of being, working for. I worked someplace where this lady would come to work pissy drunk, and all they would do was send her to an employee assistance program. She came to work lit, go home at lunchtime, come back to work swashing, pissy drunk. They didn't get rid of her. They sent her to an employee assistance program.
And here's the thing. The GDP with all these dope heads, it's still going up. It's still going up. I'm sorry to put it that way, but the GDP is going to go up $1 trillion this year. At minimum.
The key to the whole problem is a decent wage. Yes, Walmart, and a lot of people don't know this. I learned this when I lived in Georgia. Walmart started that thing. Walmart sold out their major money to a Chinese corporation. A lot of people don't know that. And I'm with you. I do not bag my own groceries. I won't pay for a bag. As much in New Jersey, we have to pay for our own, if we want bags to put our groceries in, we have to pay for them. And I tell them, as much money as you charge for this damn food, you need to give us.
All right. But but let me let's just get back to Biden and where he was with this speech, because
I'm gonna step down real quick and I'll be back. I gotta check something. I'll be back.
Okay. Because I just want to make sure we keep it in context of what he was saying. But I know sometimes it's not possible. Okay. Let's just
But,
roll it back a little bit.
but we need the high paying jobs that he talks about. But that's the thing. You have to get both people.
No. High paying job. No, we need decent paying jobs that pay for you, that you can afford to pay your rent. You could afford your medical insurance. You could afford to put food
Right.
on your
And
back,
that's
on your table. You can afford the clothing to put on your body. You can afford the water to wash your body. You can afford the electricity to have your internet on. You could afford internet. These are basic main staple things. That's not great.
we need
That
fifty
should be
dollars an
like the
hour to live.
regular.
We need $50 to live in the United States. 50 an hour. That's
Yeah,
what
look at Donnie said he don't shop at Walmart. But yeah, exactly. Now when he says decent, or did he say decent? Hold on,
no, he
let's hear him
said
back.
higher wages. Listen to him again.
Yeah, higher wages. Now let me just ask everybody in the chat. Do you agree with that? Do you think the United States needs that there needs to be a way to provide higher wages to the lowest um, people in the society? And I mean middle class and under middle class. Should there be
When
a higher minimum wage? Should there be any other means to tackle that? Should people be working full-time jobs and not be able to afford rent, for example? Or
no, no. No,
should
when I
people be working full-time jobs and then still need food stamps in the United
no,
States of America?
no.
I mean,
It all
should a
comes down
person
to
work in a
wages.
Walmart? Should a person work in a Walmart? Should a person work in a what a gas station? Should a person work in where else? Where else are they working at? Should they work in a in, what are these jobs called? Minimum wage job. Any type of minimum wage job. Should they be working there and not be able to afford rent, food,
No,
water in the area where they work, in somewhere in the vicinity, in a 10-mile radius from that place? Should they be there? Let's see here.
you
Yes,
know,
a living wage is a
living
must
wage is
because
a must.
for me,
Exactly.
I'm thinking like I don't see why that's a problem. Myself, I don't see why a decent minimum wage is a problem or living wage. And on top of it, myself, I don't even see where welfare even comes into play because look, the bottom line is that for some people to have jobs, other people must not. That's just what it is. You know,
But
it's
they
just that
should do
simple.
it like
You know.
they they should do it like they used to do it when I first started working for the state. Every
Mhm,
year we got three raises. I got my merit raise for the work I did, and I got two cost of living. Every time the cost of living went up, I got
mhm,
an increase in my paycheck. So
mhm,
my paycheck kept up with it. But ever since the Republicans have been running stuff, they don't give cost of living raises. Ever since when you retire, they used to get every year, with inflation, you would get a $75 increase in your pension. They don't do
okay.
that anymore. I'm stuck at the same pension I got. And I spend all of my money, but about $600 on rent.
Mm,
And
mm, mm.
I'm not living in the lap of luxury. I hate this dump I'm staying in, but I stay here because everything is included and it's the cheapest that I can
Mhm,
find. So wages
mm,
should go
mhm,
up, like Donnie says, according to inflation. And then the Republicans got control of the New Jersey state legislature. They're in Trenton, and they make you pay for the bags. Then you have to Walmart raise their minimum wage to $15 an hour for cashiers. But what they
mhm,
do to the cashiers, you get 20 hours at $15 and the other 20 hours at minimum wage.
mm.
That's what they do.
S- I'm like it's crazy because I just got a raise, and not only that, I got a notice that I'm going to get a raise next year too. I'm like, damn. I was surprised.
Yeah,
I wasn't surprised, but I was just like, so
you was
I,
blessed.
I was excited to have, my job send me a letter and break it down to me. Just break it down how that raise is going to work and how much I'm going to be seeing more in my salary and how much of that new raise is going to go to my pension and how much of it is going to go to my my vacation money, these kind of things. And
You don't
I
work
was
for an
like, yeah, I'm
American.
blessed.
You
No,
don't
I don't
work
work
for
in
it.
the US. I work
No,
I don't
no,
work
you
in the
don't
US.
work in a. I meant to say you don't work for an American corporation either.
No, I don't.
Make
I
it
don't work for an
different.
American corporate. I work for a private medical. You could say they provide medical care or medical services. Yeah. I work in the medical field, so, but but
I
it,
always
it
heard that
huh?
Europe was way. I've always heard that Europe was way ahead of America in a lot of things. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of investment in the healthcare sector over here where I'm at, and in Europe. There's a lot more you could say. Um, well, how they manage it's more of it's going into the everyday person. More of the dollar in the healthcare sector is getting to the average person. The average person is getting access to healthcare, whereas though in the U.S., healthcare is just it. There's a lot of money going into it, but it's just basic things are
But
more expensive.
listen to the
So.
rest of the
But
speech. He hits on
yeah, let's
all of
keep going. Yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
It will be soft. And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs right here in America, where they belong.
Should that happen? Should
He's
jobs
bringing
be
jobs
created?
back.
Should the jobs
He's
be
bringing
created
the
in the
jobs
U.S.?
back.
Yeah, but should that be a
Yes.
priority of the president?
Yes.
Okay, because this is
They never
about
should have
who.
went overseas. They never should have went over to China and stuff.
Mm. But why should that be a priority? Is that necessary?
It's always been a priority here. In the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, when Lyndon Johnson took over, he started the war on poverty and stuff. He made teen employment a thing. So you had less juvenile crime. Everybody got summer jobs. Nobody was hanging out on the corners. Nobody was with guns and stuff. It
Right.
it it does. You have the program. It was a social program. It worked, but the Republicans didn't want it. The conservatives got in. Conservatism in
I went
America.
to yeah, I went to summer youth programs too. I went to I think that I was like maybe the second year of the Mayor Berry summer youth programs in DC. The second year it existed. I started then, and it was a great opportunity. I'd never been to a college campus before. I'd never been to any damn thing really. I was like, and it was almost foreign to me. But I know that I learned a lot because I got to meet other people that other kids my age that maybe knew a little bit more than me about what it was like to have a job or what it's like to prepare for a job or what it's like to prepare for a university, life goals, things like that. And if I didn't have that experience, I wouldn't have ever really even had the conversation, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know why that is. I'm not complaining about my education or anything, but yeah, it gave me a chance to see what it was like a college campus, a couple of different
Right,
college campuses. I lived on one college campus and went to my program in another college campus in DC. You see what I'm saying? At
right. We
at
had
the
those.
age of like 15 years old and shit. You know what I'm saying?
But see, that's what I'm saying. And you always had youth crime, but it wasn't at the proportion it is now. You know, you always had it, and it was because I knew some kids that got in trouble when I was growing up, but it was nothing like it is now. And that's my point. You need these programs. If you're gonna have programs that benefit the kids, teaches them how to work and stuff like that. You know,
Yeah,
and
I lived at I lived at my dorm was in Howard University, right? In the youth leadership program, right? or summer program. It's not even youth leadership. It was just summer youth program. And then I went to my program, the classes and the courses or whatever took place on the other side of the town. I'm at George Washington University, right?
Oh,
So that's where, so I had to go and, every day back and forth from uptown DC, Northwest. I'm sorry, I said that in another language. Northwest, and then up and then to the west side, northwest of DC, the extreme west side, And so I got a chance to get out of my neighborhood a little bit and see some things. I mean, nobody bothered me for going to the programs. It didn't make a difference I didn't feel different in my neighborhood or anything like that. I was still an average person, but it gave me a chance to, maybe there's some nuances there, I would say. There's some, and it could be even it could be big. It could make a bigger difference for somebody else's life. If you ask a lot of people today, they're still calling for that. I mean, they love Marion Barry for instituting that program, youth summer jobs program,
yeah.
so.
But so it is. We don't have a universal healthcare system. Canada does, and if you visit Canada, being an American, you travel with your health card. But in Canada, because we went to Canada and someone got hurt, a kid got hurt when, they were young. One of the kids got hurt, and they become very insulted when Americans hand them a health card. They said, we don't do that. They do the emergency room, everything free. America's the only one that does it. If you get sick, illness in America can destroy you and put you into poverty and have you homeless.
Mm-hmm. It can, and that is a very unique experience to have, just over something like you said, something like healthcare. That is very unique in the Western world. In NATO countries, that's very unique. But I can see B Buccaneer know a whole lot there. Appreciate
I
that.
see.
All right,
I'm listening to him.
so let's keep rolling. Maybe some Americans will listen. We'll take his view of it, or maybe some Americans will be like, "Yeah, but we don't need that. We do things differently here." Who knows? Let's see what the arguments are.
And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy American. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers.
Hold on. 2 seconds.
Watch federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers.
What you think about that? Should the highways, roads, and what did he say? Should they be built
everything
by Americans?
built by American workers? They're gonna hire American workers, use American products. And then China was selling; they were buying steel from China. They made a deal. The Republicans made a deal with China, and stainless steel is not supposed to rust. Buying forks and stuff, and you put them in the dishwater and they rust. Made in China, because it wasn't stainless steel. So yes, all the products that are used in our buildings should be American made and pay American workers. Like here where I live, I noticed that we had a steam pipe break in the underground, in the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't call the electric and gas company. Most people do. They get these little guys, and I noticed when I went outside to get the car, I noticed that the guy had a soldering gun, and he soldered the pipe. He did not replace it, and they use these little side companies. I'm like, oh, we all gonna blow because I don't know, but no. You need American products by American workers and use it. I agree with that.
Okay, I'm just curious. So how many people in the chat think that's necessary? American products by American people, building the roads, building. What did he say here? Let's just bring this back one more time. Hold on.
Failed to buy American. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and
federal products that you fund. That's more than just the roads.
Built by American workers.
Okay, you know what? If they do that, that is going to bolster the U.S. economy. In my view, big
exactly. Time. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, and it will provide jobs. It's more like a smart way of doing economics. You could say it's not necessarily like it's basically putting away with waste. Unnecessary waste. Yeah, because think about this: if you buying steel from China or buying products from other places, you know how much you pay in transport cost. Just to transport all of that stuff, you pay for that alone, right? Then you're going to pay by not having skilled workers or manufacturing that can produce those products. So you're going to be basically somebody else. You're going to be indebted to someone else for things that you might need that are necessities. That's not wise, especially in a big economy like the US. In a big machine, a big functioning machine, you need to be able to produce a good amount of the things that machine needs to stay afloat. Otherwise, it seems like it's going to be a risky project. But let me keep playing some more. Let's see here.
Creating good paying American jobs. And thanks to our CHIPS and Science Act, the United States is investing more in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree. In fact, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investment in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America. And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I like it. I'm with you. I'm with you. If any of you don't want...
The U.S. has a lot of money. I mean, when they throw money towards something, you got to understand it has it's like launching a nuclear bomb. The U.S., when they put money behind something, it has huge implications for the rest of the world. Even if the money that they're putting is behind their own people, it has huge implications. It changes big things. It permeates through the society. So it's going to be curious. This almost sounds like a socialist project. What he's talking about. You usually hear about this in Europe. What they call socialist is not really socialist, because socialist means you don't have the right to even think for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Damn near. But in terms of how the money is spent, is well, you see that a lot in socialist countries or social democratic countries, where they're investing in their workers investing in their own abilities, and he's talking about, I wonder how big this pack, how big was the last package that they put out for this? Didn't they just pass, Biden just signed one into law, Bev?
I'm not sure about that.
Let me see. It's called the infrastructure package here.
Oh yeah,
USA.
yeah. If that's what you're talking about, yeah, he did. I know
Right.
about.
How big was that damn thing? Let me see here. U.S. infrastructure package. Listen, look at this, y'all. I don't want to leave out. I'm gonna put this in the chat, and look. This is what it says right here. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a huge project. Let me see here. It says the law included the largest federal investment in public transit history. The law includes spending figures of 105 billion in public transport. It also spends 110 billion on fixing roads, climate change mitigation, and you know what? This is funny because for the size of the United States GDP, what 100? That's 200 billion. Yeah, that's significant. That's pretty significant. But yeah, let's see. But it sounds like a good project to me. If y'all like how that sounds, put one in the chat. I'm just curious. I'm not saying y'all should vote for Biden. I'm curious
Well, I
because
am. You should vote for him.
huh?
I said, you said you're not telling them to vote for Biden. I said, I am. Vote for him.
Yeah, I'm
Vote
not
for
telling
Biden.
anybody to vote for Biden or Trump. But
Oh my
I'm willing
God.
to talk about it, what they offering the people though. I'm willing to do that, but I know who I'm voting for, but I'm not telling nobody else who to vote for.
You
see what I mean?
still vote
Because
over here?
absolutely, shit. What you talking about? I'm voting for
What
the
do you do?
president coming up.
You
I don't
come
even live
over?
in the U.S. Yo, I'm
You
voting.
actually come over here and vote, or you send it in?
Oh, I send it in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I send it in. Yeah.
count? Do they count
Yeah, I
them?
send it in. Yeah. I mean, I doubt Trump would want to count it. I mean, I'm not saying, and no pun intended, but he didn't sound like he was up for that type of thing, you know. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm voting. I'm definitely voting. I asked you before, yeah. All right, here, let's play it.
Want that money in your district? Just let me know.
Nah, we don't want that money in our district, Biden. Keep your money. You can keep your money. We don't want that money. We don't want none of that 200 billion for infrastructure. Keep your money. I want my tennis shoes. I want my high top tennis shoes. Damn it! All right, go ahead, Bev. I just had to say that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But I know you and them tennis shoes, please. Them ugly things.
Should I show them? Let me go get them damn tennis shoes. Trump made he made so much money on those tennis shoes. I don't understand.
But the people paid the money. Guess what? The people were suing them. They paid the money and didn't get the shoes.
But does that really matter? This is business.
This is breath. This is stealing.
All right, let me go back. Let me play some more of this.
But modernize our roads and bridges, ports and airports. Public.
Go ahead, Beverly. I'm sorry. You want to say something?
No, I forgot what I was going to say anyway. I'll remember it. Oh,
I know them damn tennis shoes. I don't want none of that 200 billion in my town. Biden.
Oh, here we
right,
go. What I was going to say is the governor of Mississippi refused the Medicaid expansion for all the people in Mississippi. He refused to take it. Then when he did take it, he gave Brett, I hope I'm saying this man, Brett Favre, he gave him the money and let him build the soccer stadium because his daughter was playing soccer. Now here's a rich man. You can't win for losing. Mississippi is the poorest state in the union.
Yeah, it's tragic. But if people want to vote for that crazy lunatic, look, so you got to understand something. I'm an American citizen, born and raised in Washington, D.C., but I don't live there. So if y'all want to blow each other up, kill each other, you want people out on the street, you want all kinds of crazy shit going on, you don't want your kids getting paid to go to school. You want your kids borrowing money to go to school. Okay, go for it. That's not what my kids had to go through. So you want to be crazy? Go right ahead for it. But here we go. Let's play some more.
So they're there cheering on that money coming in. I like it. I'm with you. I'm with you. If any of you don't want that money in your
Absolutely love my fro. Absolutely. Let's hear it. Let's see if you're going to say something.
district, just let me know. Modernize our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems. Removing poisonous lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage.
In the United States of America, do you think it's possible to provide clean water? I mean, do you think that's possible? Or is that just kind of like the unobtainable? Bev, what do you think?
It's the pipe system. I know in my town the pipes were older than over 200 years old, and we had a problem because an elderly man, he drank water from the faucet and he caught Legionnaire's disease, and his family sued. So they redid the water system, and now we have a purification thing. And plus, a lady fell in the water thing, and they never found out whether she fell in or somebody pushed her in. A dead body was floating in the water supply place. So they redid it. Yeah, you can. They need to get rid of these old pipes.
It sounds to me like this election is really going to come down to some level-headed thinking, because it's starting to sound like Biden is saying, I got an infrastructure plan. We're going to put people to work to achieve it. Americans right here, we're going to mobilize people to get some new pipes into these areas. And I could already hear somebody on the other side saying, man, keep your damn pipes. I want my tennis shoes. I can almost hear it.
But you know what? He does. The Republicans don't have a plan. They don't. They all they're putting up is Donald Trump saying he's gonna clean the swamp. He's gonna rewrite the Constitution, which I want to see that. First of all, you gotta have a brain to write anything, to write your name, and he ain't got none of that. And he wants to be a dictator, because if he gets in there again, the military will have to literally take him out. And I mean, when I say take him out, shoot him.
Let me see something here. I just want to see if that's mentioned somewhere about this replacing lead pipe. Look at this. Hold on, y'all. This is no cap. I'm not capping right here. I told you, I don't think it takes a lot to research this stuff. People just got to ask the right questions. Yeah, Biden and Harris, they got their plan for cleaning the pipes right here. All I did was Google this shit.
The Republicans have no plan. Donald Trump is telling them what to do and what not to do. And for some reason, it's that book. It's like Roland Martin said in his book, White Fear, the Browning of America is driving white folks crazy. They don't want to lose power. They know they are going to lose power.
Look what I Googled. All I did was spend 2 seconds Googling infrastructure plan to replace old water pipes. And look what came up. The first thing that came up was this. White House government briefing, statements released, fact sheet, Biden-Harris lead pipe and paint action plan. Well, it's an action plan, and you know what an action plan is. It's something people can mobilize around. You know, it's a comprehensive plan that government can use to enact, get funding for, and instill, put into place. You know, it's an action plan. So it have some components to it, several layers of components. I haven't read it though, so everybody should read it on their own. But let's see here. That happened where I used to work. A 90-year-old woman died from Legionnaire's disease. The pipes were infected. I mean, but then again, I mean, you know, yeah, but some people, you got to understand, some people divinely inspired don't give a damn about that. All right, here we go. Let's play some more.
providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live, urban, suburban, or rural communities, in red states and blue states. Record investments in tribal communities. Because of my investment in a family farm, because I invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know, we're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois, home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, and new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same. Folks.
Man, I want a Ferrari, man. What are you talking about? Andrea, what's up?
No, I'm just back. I'm listening.
I don't want no American-made car. I want me a Mercedes.
Mm.
What say you? Does that interest you?
No, I don't. No, I drive a truck, so I'm good. I like I drive me a Dodge Ram. I'm good.
A Dodge Ram. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I haven't seen that in a rap video lately, or have I?
I don't know.
Nicki Minaj drive one of them.
I don't know.
You drive Range
my
Rover.
vehicles till I drive my vehicles till I can't drive them no more. I'm not trying to keep up with nobody. It's too much out here. It's just like, do live within your means and be happy. Yeah.
I mean, you could. I heard Range Rover was the best.
Mm.
You driving a Dodge.
Mm. Well, hey, you gonna pay for one. I'll be glad to go get one.
I mean, come on. I mean, look, if you have to think about it, the Range Rover, you get the best, most luxury 4-wheel drive. You could drive through a swamp in a Range Rover damn near. But with a Dodge, you're just getting a really, really, really great 4-wheel drive truck, and you're providing jobs. I mean, yeah. Which one would you choose?
I'll take my truck. I'll take my truck any day. I'm telling you.
I mean, it's an individual choice,
Mm-hmm. Like I said, if you want to buy me one, I will.
All right, let me play some more of this shit. Let's see.
The folks of Belvedere, I say, instead of your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs in the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America.
He just said unions. What's that all about? Why are unions good for Americans? I mean, do Americans really need unions?
Yes, we do.
Yep.
I always had a union job.
You don't trust your employer? You don't trust your employer?
New Jersey. Hell no.
I mean,
I sure
wow.
don't.
Everybody else trusts their employer. Everybody else trusts their employer.
I ain't everybody else. I want my money.
Shoot, you can't. Even the government employees can't trust their employer.
I wasn't no government.
They make sure the employers treat them.
I mean, what can
I wasn't a government employee. I worked for the state. The state.
No. I didn't say that. I said even the government employees can't trust their employer because when they shut the government down, they're going to be affected too. I mean, it's all the stuff they do. Like, and a lot of these states, like if they have bad weather and stuff like that, who claim to be red state and they need some emergency bailout, they'll take that money then they'll be hollering, "Oh, we need to cut back, we need to do this and all that." But when it comes to getting that money for their state, all of a sudden, "Oh, we need help, we need help." But you was hollering, you didn't want it, and then when you need it, they look at you. I mean, a good president is not going to let people suffer, but you need to blame that. If it does happen, you better look at your governor, who's causing that stuff to happen. Especially if you live in a red state.
But why do you need a union to do something you could do yourself? If you don't like what your employee's doing, why don't you take it up with him personally?
And people don't listen to
because
you.
Individually.
Because that's
why don't
about
you do that?
Because they're answerable to the board of directors and stuff like that. They don't give a damn about your concerns. That's why HR is not there to protect the employees. They're there to protect the company. If you cry too loud, when I was working, they were moving people from one building, from one location to another location, and the people were complaining. They said, "If you keep complaining, you're going to be without your job." And I'm like, okay, then y'all ain't. But that's what they do, So
yeah, it's sad. I'm actually in a union
that's why
myself.
Unions are good.
To be honest with you. Yeah. I pay about let me see, how much do I pay for my union a month? I pay about $350, which is kind of like $50 a month. I pay like $50.
And you said you get a pension, right?
Yeah, I get pension also. My pension, and my vacation money.
So the companies some companies used to offer a pension. Now you got to pay into your own 401. Some companies used to. Some companies still, but not. Some companies do. They don't do that anymore. Some companies don't. They make you take your money and put it in your 401k so you can have it when you're retired.
Yeah, that's really interesting. But how many people in the chat think a pension is well? It's only 3. You know what? It's not too many people watching right now, but I don't know. Maybe YouTube's doing that. But if you think union is a good thing, Donnie said he wish he had a union. That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
He wish he had a union. Yeah, I have a union. I'm a union member. Yeah, I like to have a union because they let you know what the rules are. They make sure you have the health standards are up to par, and the other regulations that your employer are offering, because you can't know them all. There's so many in business that and operating a company. There's so many regulations and guidelines that and that you don't really know them all. You can't really know them all. I mean, and then on top of it, when you transition from employment to unemployment, even having a union helps you do that. It's just easier. Like if I became unemployed, I wouldn't really have to do anything. I would just at some point my unemployment benefits would just start kicking in because the union would do all my paperwork for me. And so I usually, and it's tax deductible, by the way. Isn't that something?
It's terrible.
It's tax deductible.
All right.
Oh, you're breaking up, Andrea. Say that again.
Here we are supposed to be the most civilized. You said, okay, I'm driving. I might be in a bad spot, so I'll be quiet for a minute.
Okay. Yeah, you were gonna say you're supposed to be in a civilized country. Well, that's what some people will argue what that's supposed to be like. Right?
But we can't afford to give everybody universal health care. I mean, you make that make sense, right? So
yeah, and the union worked just fine for me. I don't know. I don't want to talk anybody into wanting unions, but I'm just saying it's good for me. I'll take it. I'll take the union myself. But all right, let's play some more.
Here tonight is UAW President Shawn Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Shawn, where are you? Stand up.
I be Buccaneer. All right, peace, bro. Peace, Buccaneer. Come back anytime, man. Appreciate you.
And Dawn Sim a third-generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Sean, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line, and today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class.
Is that true? True or false?
Say it again, because I didn't hear all of it. It kind of broke up on me. I was
Okay,
like,
hold up.
you know, when it comes to money, I want it all. So
Okay. Let me play it then. Let me play this back.
I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line, and today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class.
True or
that
false?
is so true. True.
Ralph came in. Ralph said, "Hell nah." Huh? Ralph the antagonist. No,
But
okay.
you know, when we want to, I don't know. I'm sure it was. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I know when I was in school, I don't know if Beverly can attest to that, but you know, we had different types of classes. You didn't everything, you know, you had auto shop, you had, you know, wood shop, you had all these different kind of trades that you could sign up to take in school. For those who didn't want to pursue a college education, they had skills to go out there and do a job. You know,
Right.
plumbing, auto mechanics and stuff like that. Nowadays, I mean, you know, I know we're
And
into
those were union
different
jobs.
Yep, different technological fields and stuff like that. But you're still going to need those trades. People come and fix your air conditioners and stuff like that. And so,
Definitely.
you know, they need to put. I don't know if they've taken those completely out of the schools, but they need to put that stuff right back in there. You know.
I agree. That's the trade schools. You know, that's something I believe a lot of people are beginning to to talk about in the U.S. Like what you just said is a stone cold fact. They took a lot of the trades out, and then you had to pay for them. Before they were in the high schools, they were a component of the high schools, and but in other NATO countries, they're not components of the high school, but they're free to attend, and you get paid to attend trade schools. So you get a salary to attend a trade school. So that means that when it comes to the infrastructure, it's happening. It's strong over here. There's none of this like broken down, bridges. I mean, come on, look. We even discussed this. I mean, my cell phone bill is $14 a month, 20 gigabytes a month just for my cell phone. I'm paying $40 a month for all of my communication, for all of my devices, home and when I'm out mobile. And that's because of the infrastructure. But then again, people are paid for the trade schools to be able to have infrastructure like that. You got to have a working force able to provide it.
You know how much I'm paying for?
How much you paying?
$358 next month.
That's what we were talking about. A couple of weeks ago, we were talking about that here.
Remember what I told you? I did that international call, forgot about it, and they hit me with almost 200 for that. And my regular phone bill comes to $358.
Yeah, and that's. Can you imagine? I'm paying for I got fiber internet in my home, and I have a $20 mobile bill that I pay a month. $14, I'm sorry, that I pay a month. That's 20 gigabytes. That's actually 30 gigabytes. And then I get some I forget how much international and EU calling that is, but it's a lot. And you'd be paying like minimum $120 for my mobile service. Like, what's the point? It has something to do. I don't know, regulations. It's regulations and infrastructure. You know, yeah, go ahead.
It has something to do with the FCC. They
and the
did.
FCC corrupt. They
Trump
just
did
turn a
something.
blind eye. Yep.
Yeah, Trump did something and stopped it. Because Obama
And
had it where everybody got free internet, like you
yeah,
got
you're
free internet.
paying for something for nothing. Something that literally should cost next to nothing. People are paying for it like it's electricity or water. It's not electricity or water. I mean, it should be cheaper. It should actually be cheaper. I mean, but no, for some reason, utilities are up in the U.S. like that. Basic utilities. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. But in any case, let's keep rocking.
I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up. We keep going. That's America. That's you, the American people. It's because of you America's coming back. It's because of you our future is bright. It's because of you.
True or false? Is it because of the American people that the future is bright?
I would say yes. We're the
Ralph,
ones that still got to
what do
keep
you
the country
say?
running.
Ralph is
Tell
in the
Ralph to get
chat.
up here on this platform.
Yeah,
Tell him
Ralphie,
to get
what
up
you
here on this
think?
panel.
Is that true, or is it the slave master and the cocaine dealers? No, I'm joking. Let me stop. Maybe it's because of slavery. I don't know. I mean, that's all right. Let me just play more. Hold
And
up.
tonight, we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger.
The president's not supposed to be a cheerleader. No, I'm joking. What do y'all think about that? Is he doing a good job in his speech? Is he motivating people?
Yeah,
Period.
because he letting them know what he did, because he sure wasn't saying nothing before.
I like what you said, Pumpkin. That's so.
Because he sure won't say nothing before, because I was beginning to think he was senile too.
But shouldn't the
But
president
I was
be?
still going to vote for him. I don't care if he have Alzheimer's, the front and the back of his head. He could have it the front, the back, the top, the bottom, and whatever in his butt too if he want to. I'm voting for him.
Tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibilities that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the state of the United States combined. And I represented it for 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation, but I grew up in a home where trickle-down economics didn't put much on my dad's kitchen table. That's why I determined to turn things around so middle class does well. When they do well, the poor go way up and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And there's more to do to make sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it.
What do y'all think about that, Ralph? What you think about that? Do Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere else in the world? Is that
Yes,
that
we
something
do.
that's
I don't know
should
what
that
Ralph
be?
though.
Yeah, but
Yes,
should the
we do.
president, should the government, does the government have a hand in that, or should that just be left up to private industry?
Nope, the government should have a hand. He said he's gonna cap insulin for everybody at $35 a month. He's going to make Medicare and then negotiate the price for life-saving drugs. I took Eliquis, which was to remove blood clots from both my lungs. $375 a month. I had to take it for a whole year. You count that up.
Mm. So you would have been basically out on the street, really, without some kind of, or a lot of people would be, right?
No, my
Without,
son helped me buy it. He complained, but he helped me buy it. But they got it down. But some kind of way I got it down to 47 a month. But that was towards the end.
but what about people that believe that, hey, the problem can solve itself if you don't, if the price isn't set by the corporations to where it meets the demand, then they won't make a lot of money. What do you think about that idea?
I don't care if they don't make nothing. As long as they ain't taking my money.
Do the pharmaceutical companies, do they get bailouts? Do they get government grants?
I think
Let me see something here. Do pharmaceutical companies in the USA get government bailouts? I believe that's a affirmative, but because we heard of a bunch of delinking legislation provides big pharma with 32 billion bailout. Damn. Hold on. Does the U.S. government fund? Fast fact: the National Institute of Health, the largest public funder of biomedical research in the USA. Yes, I was correct. It's through research. But that's the big part of it, because without the research that the U.S. government does, these companies would make whack products. They wouldn't even have a real product to sell your ass. The U.S. government has loads of money in research, loads of it. And what do? They hand over a lot of that research to the private sector to produce products after the taxpayer has paid for the expert researcher and research to be done already. And what that means when you're dealing with a population of 350 million people, right, in the wealthiest country on earth, where the GDP is going up $1 trillion a year, what that investment means is that research that the United States government is doing is more research than is probably being done anywhere else on earth. Most likely.
You asked the question about should the government be into regulated medicine? Yeah, the government should be in it because when I was real young, but I remember it, there was a drug and it was in Germany and it caused deformities, and the American drug companies knew it, and doctors still prescribed it. Babies were born with all kind of deformities. Some of them were born with no arms, no legs. I went to school with a boy. He was born with no earlobes and stuff, and it was called thalidomide. Check that out. It's THALMID, thalidomide. It happened. And, they knew it was causing birth defects. I mean, major birth defects. You have to see it. They have pictures of it. I mean, babies born with no organs inside, all because of this It was a morning sickness medicine.
Oh, I see it. Thalidomide. Yeah. Thalidomide.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was the thing. So yes, government should regulate it, because corporations, when they get to making that money, they ain't thinking about us.
Yeah, they cut costs and then throw some shit out there on the market, and you'll be, dealing with that shit for generations after. And when the government does it, see, what the thing about the government research is that they're liable for that research. So if there does turn out to be problems that come from it, they got to help your ass with the results. Pharmaceutical companies just going to look to run. Andrea, what do you think about that?
Yeah, didn't they? I'm trying to think if they
capping
passed the
prices.
law as far as. I'm sorry. What did you say?
Oh no, well Biden was talking about he was talking about capping prices on
Yeah,
pharmaceutical.
they know that stuff doesn't cost that much money. But at the end of the, I don't know if they passed the law some time back saying that you can't sue these pharmaceutical companies for,
There's
react,
limit. Yeah,
yeah,
there's
to the
limits
reaction
on
to
the
you.
amount.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, first of all, at the end of the day, we're responsible for our health, right? So if there's things that you need to do what you need to do, right? But
Mhm.
if you have to take something, you need to do your due diligence, do your homework, look up the drug, and find out how. I have a book at home that's called Worst Pills, Best Pills, and it's by Public Citizen, and they go out there and they fight against the pharmaceutical companies and the government to make sure that they don't constantly keep pushing these drugs on the market that they know is not good for people. So they're just go online, look the drug up, see what it says, because we have to do our part. We can't just accept everything they give us. They have a particular antibiotic that's out there that is known to cause your muscles to pull away from your bones, right? I mean, if you don't, you have to go out there and do your homework, and don't accept everything that they tell you, because the doctors get the kickbacks for prescribing a medication, right? Whatever that may be, it might be tickets to a movie or a theater or a concert. I don't care what it is. When you have to do your homework. I mean, it's just that simple. People who need to take medication, you need to make sure that they're giving you the right one. I take all kinds of stuff with me when I go to the doctor's office because I don't believe everything they tell me, right? If I just had a physical here a couple weeks ago, and they want to talk to you about your cholesterol and this, that, and the other, and I'm like, hey, wait a minute. You guys need to stop arbitrarily changing these numbers so you can push people to get on statin drugs. That's the reason why y'all keep saying, well, it needs to be this. It used to be this. Now you lowered it to this. Now you lowered it to this. And what you're not going to do is put me on a statin drug. That's not going to happen.
Can I ask you
and
a
they
question?
look at you.
Oh, go ahead.
Sure.
Go ahead. Keep going. No.
And they look at
keep
you
going.
like you're crazy. They look at you like, I went to school. And I tell them I appreciate all the years you went to school. But right back in the day when we didn't have all this technology at our fingertips, we had to somewhat trust what you were telling us. But now that you go on that same computer and look up what I can look up to tell me, I don't have to believe what you tell me anymore. I don't. So, I mean, we have to do our part, right?
Indeed. Hey, check this out. Just for reference, Visual Capitalist, this website, they have the average price of insulin in the U.S. to be $100, right? In Chile, it's $21. Mexico, $16. Japan, $14. Switzerland is not a broke country. People get everything you can imagine in Switzerland. $12. Canada, $12. Germany, $11. South Korea, Luxembourg, $10. Italy, also $10. Netherlands, Ireland, Estonia, $10. France, $9. Spain, $9. Belgium, $8. Latvia, $8. Czech Republic, $8. Portugal, Austria, Lithuania, Norway, Sweden, UK, $8. Slovenia, Australia, Slovakia, $7. Hungary, Poland, and Turkey. No, Hungary, $6. Poland, $5. And Turkey, which is a NATO member, $3.
But we're supposed to be the pro-life country. We're supposed to be the country of pro-life.
And the estimated cost
dying.
of producing it, is $2 to $4 worldwide.
And people are dying because they can't afford. They got to decide whether I'm going to pay my light bill or my water bill, or do I get my drugs to save lives? Which one am I going to do? But they're supposed to be pro-life.
Do you think Black Americans benefit from this capping of pharmaceuticals?
Sure.
Yes. I think so. I know so.
Yeah. I just think, again, we need to take care, be about taking care of ourselves first, do our due diligence in that area first. And if you have to be on a particular drug, make sure you do your research about that drug. Don't just don't accept what they tell you. Some stuff we know we need to go out and get some sunshine. So we know we need that vitamin D3. We know we need to do that. There's some things that we know we need to do and things that we should be doing. And we need to do everything that we know how to do. And then if something does happen, then you've got a plethora of knowledge out there to go out there and figure out if what they're giving you is what you need to be taking. Because I don't do that. Even when it comes to like they want you to give your kids, Tylenol, aspirin, whatever for a fever. No, I let the fever, if the fever is not too high, let that fever do what that fever is supposed to do. You don't have to go and remedy it with some Tylenol or something right away. It's supposed to do that. If there's a foreign entity in your body, that fever to help get that thing out your body. Let it work. I don't, there's just certain things that we don't have to be doing. We need to let our bodies are made to heal itself. And when it can't, then you go get assistance to get it help. Because there's sometimes it's above your body to heal sometimes, but it's made to heal itself. So it's a lot of stuff that we need to be doing, and especially in our community, because they put us where you can't shop and get good food. Sometimes you got to drive 20, 30 miles away just to go find a place to get some decent food, because they inundate our communities with all this junk food and stuff like that. So I mean, again, we got to do what we can do before we complain. And just know you got things at your fingertips. I've been fussing against doctors for a long time. Even back before it became you can go on the computer, I had books in my house. That physician's desk reference that they use, I had it in my house. The pills, so I had a book about pills in my house. I had all kinds of stuff. So every time they would say something, no, your book doesn't say that right there. No, that's not true. That, and they look at me like, who are you to question me? I can read. It's like, that's what you're doing, So it's up to us to do everything we can first. And if you have to take a pill, take a pill. If you have to, take whatever medication you have to take.
A decent diet changes a lot.
That's what I'm saying. Changes a lot, yes.
There's a blood pressure pill called lisinopril. I took that pill and I woke up with the biggest, I won't say a clot, but a big ball of mucus. I would wake up actually choking. And I had this like cold, and it all settled in my chest. Finally, I thought I had a cold, and I'm an asthmatic, so I thought it was asthma bothering me. So finally, I told my doctor, come to find out, lisinopril and black people don't mix. That was the side effect. Nobody
that antibiotic?
No, it's a pressure pill, lisinopril.
Oh, okay.
It's
INSINPRIL.
lisinopril.
You know what I'm curious about is like the food regulations in the U.S. too, as far as health is concerned, right? Because I had a little issue when I was in the U.S. the last time. I like to eat salad, right? I like salad. I mean, it's not the only thing I eat, but I like a good salad too, no problem, right? And then there was a salad dressing I was buying, and that I liked. I was like, yeah, this salad dressing is great. I love this salad dressing. I miss this salad dressing, right? I don't get it where I'm at in Copenhagen at all, right? And but then I took a blood test. No, took a blood pressure test just randomly, and it was coming back as if I had high blood pressure. And then you know what it prompted me to do? I couldn't figure it out. And then I looked at the salad dressing I was using, and it said it was like 16% salt. It's preservatives. It's preservative. It had like 5 times more the amount of salt than the salad dressing does here on the shelf. Any salad dressing on the shelf. In the U.S., in these grocery stores, they're using a lot of salt. Because
I have a salt addiction. So I went to nutrition classes for it because I hold water. My body holds water. And anything above 15% is too much. But now I cook at home. I don't eat the junk food anymore. I prefer to cook at my house now. Because McDonald's,
Mhm.
a burger, fries, and a soda is like almost $12.
Yeah.
Right. I
Yeah.
mean,
We just.
it's worth taking a look at. Like I'm just curious. Like they also had a sugar tax over here at one time. It's I don't know if it's still in place, but the goods that had a lot of sugar, high parts of sugar in it, they taxed higher. So candy, soda, all of those things, they had a sugar tax on it, and it was
They have a
because
sugar
they
tax
wanted to.
on soda in Philly.
Or really, well, they
Yeah.
use it to fund the medical research.
Well,
You
over
know.
in Philly, they fund free child care. They have a sugar tax
Okay.
in
Okay.
Philadelphia, in the city, and they have free daycare centers with the money
I-
they get from the sugar tax. I lived there, and I had never heard of nothing so stupid in all my life. I'm like, I ain't paying y'all to drink a damn soda. I'll drink all the soda I want. But if you went to the white neighborhoods, they didn't have it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I understand you, but what would you? I mean, but what does it do? Like, see, I think it has a lot to do with what the other food costs are, the goods that you pay for. Like, for example, me, if I had to think about drinking a soda versus drinking a glass of orange juice, I choose the glass of orange juice.
Excuse me.
Mhm. Me
Right? I
too.
mean, as long as it doesn't have a lot of unnatural things in it or just additives in it to make it more sweet, it's just regular orange juice. I prefer to do that over a soda, right? But but are there
They
health
taste
consequences to that?
exploded. Huh?
Like, is it healthier to drink a glass of orange juice rather than a orange soda?
Of
Mhm.
course.
Yep.
Now they don't sell
Okay.
some. Now they
Yeah.
don't
The
sell.
sugar content is ridiculous in a can of soda. You can get 53 grams of sugar in a can of soda. You get about 20 something in a glass of orange juice, an 8 ounce glass of orange juice.
I'm gonna
So.
see if I still have it on my phone because I read where I used to drink a 6 pack of 20-ounce Pepsis a day and drink big coffee because I used to work all this overtime at work. And I saw where they said a 20-ounce Pepsi has a half a bottle of sugar. When you drink a 20-ounce Pepsi, you're ingesting a half a bottle of so a half a 20-ounce bottle of sugar. So I don't.
Mhm.
I try not to.
Yeah.
I see Donnie. Yeah, dang, I don't do
And
it
then you
no
got the
more.
lobbyists. And you got the people who lobby for the pharmaceutical companies and stuff like that. It's just too much. There's just too much red tape involved in all this government bureaucracy and stuff.
I'm gonna
But
step away.
again, some of it,
I'm gonna
Okay.
step away
okay,
from it.
yeah, some of it's
I
our
mean,
responsibility.
yeah, yeah, to promote positive health. I mean, it should be and also positive. It shouldn't be like a prison. People, but then again,
Mm-mm.
a lot of people feel like it's cheaper to eat McDonald's. A lot of people feel like the cheaper food, it may be more unhealthy, but a lot of people say that it's because of their economy that they're eating. For example, they use a bottle of salad dressing with high amounts of sugar in it because it's cheaper because it lasts longer on the shelf. It's has more additives in it, but that's the one they
Mm-hmm.
can afford, right?
Mm-hmm. But
Um,
just because you get that, right? Okay, so even if you do that, that doesn't mean you got to you got to slather your salad in a bunch of dressing, right?
right.
You put just enough to get a little taste, but you don't have to. It doesn't have to be, where all you see is the dressing. You can't see the lettuce and the tomatoes, anything else in there, right? I mean, there's
Yeah,
ways to do all that you're not, you know, getting all the full intake of what it says. It says take a tablespoon to do X amount. Well, maybe you might want to do a half a tablespoon, or
right.
there's things we can do, but
Yeah, if you're really concerned about the pricing and you're aware, then you could just take a little bit of that salad dressing and mix it with some water and put it on your.
now
It,
I don't know about that part now, but
I
anyway.
mean, salt. It's like I don't know, but yeah, I don't even typically I don't use salad dressing. I don't mind. I just typically can use oil and vinegar. Boom.
Hmm.
black vinegar and oil. That's what I use typically, you know. But I grew up in the U.S., so I got used to certain tastes. Sorry, I said that wrong. Tastes. I got used to certain brands or certain things that when I'm there, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember this. Let me have this. This one tastes good. Thank God they have this dressing, you know. But
Yeah.
some of that stuff is something as simple as the wrong salad dressing can give you high blood pressure.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I found out that by accident. But let me just keep rolling. I'm sorry, I'm getting off topic here. So let's see here.
With a law
We're gonna play some Trump stuff after this.
that I proposed and signed, not one of your Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs $10 to make, they only get paid $35 a month now and still make a healthy profit. And I want to, but what to do next? I want to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for every American who needs it. Everyone. For years, people have talked about it, but finally we got it done. We gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs, just like the VA is able to do for veterans. That's not just saving seniors money, it's saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion. Because Medicare will no longer have to pay those exorbitant prices to Big Pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market that treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade. They're making a lot of money, guys. And they'll still be extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year, even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone.
People are saying he's old or they're concerned about him, but he seems to be given a pretty, he seems to be pretty aware, he's shooting the facts out there straight up. Better. Do you think Trump is more articulate about the issues? You think Trump is able to come out on a stage and present the facts better than Biden? Just in terms of, it doesn't matter what the facts are, but just in a comprehensive way.
Mm-mm. No, my dad was pretty sharp when he was that age. My dad was pretty sharp. So
I don't see what the problem is right here, to be honest with you. That's one of the biggest criticisms you hear right now is about age, but I don't see it.
Yeah, I still think there ought to be age limit on certain things and ought to be time limits on certain things. I just,
I do too, but I feel that way for different reasons. I don't think it's a health problem. I think it's another problem. The age thing, it presents another issue for me. Like the U.S. got 350 million citizens. There's got to be more space for leadership. And when you just have the age up there, and then you already have who can become the president is so narrow already, for the amount of the population. And I'm not just saying the presidency, also who could be a senator, who could be a congressperson. It's narrow when you consider the population they represent. You see? So the president it's even more narrow. So to me, it's like, no, there's issues with age, but it's not about health. For me, it's more about classism, like always trying to keep the same people, in power. longer careers, longer political careers, which poses a question about corruption. But I'm not saying
Yeah.
it's absolute, because look at Biden. I mean, he appears to be on some level more anti-corruption than Trump. And Trump's younger than him.
But they used to have term limits, though. I wish they would bring them back. I mean, the presidency only has 8 years if you manage to
Right.
do 2 terms or whatever. I
Right.
think they all should. Even the Supreme Court, all of them should have term limits because it does give room to corruption. I just don't understand why they. I mean, I do, because you reap, when you're out there for so long, you reap the benefits of being out there for forever. But they need to let that be the change of a guard to give other people an opportunity to run for office, right?
Yeah.
When you got your 4 years are up and you're out, well, let the next group come in, and you're out, let the next group come in. But
Right.
that's American politics for you.
And plus, they get paid pretty well. Congressmen, senators, their insurance plan is excellent. Their salary is excellent. And believe it or not, their NATO party salaries are not close.
And the thing is, they don't have no problem voting themselves a raise, even if they're doing a piss poor job. They don't have a problem voting themselves one, but they don't want nobody else to get that. I mean, that's again, you guys are not going out there representing your constituents. You're representing a few of them, but the majority of your constituents, you're not representing. There's some of them out there. I'm not saying all the politicians, not all of them, but those, they know who they are, who are not representing all the constituents where they live. It's about what they want, really. They make it about what they want, not about what their constituents want.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if they will get around to trying to put in a bill to term limits. But right now, that's probably the last thing they're working on. But let's see here.
Folks, I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but anyone to get an Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow, even Moscow, probably. And bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks, the Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, it's still a very big deal.
Somebody type Womack hair.
Oh, what'd you say?
I said somebody typed Womack hair instead of Obamacare.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. That's so funny.
Yeah.
It's still a very big deal.
Yeah, that's true.
You see it?
No Womack hair. What the hell is this? It's still a very big deal. Yeah.
Over 100 million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition. But my predecessor, and many in this chamber, want to take this prescription drug away by repealing Affordable Care Act. I'm not going to let that happen. We stopped you 50 times before, and we'll stop you again. In fact, I'm not only protecting it, I'm expanding it. They enacted tax credits of $800 per person per year, reduce healthcare costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent. To state the obvious, women are more than half our population, but research on women's health has always been underfunded. That's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill, doing an incredible job as First Lady. To pass my plan for $12 billion to transfer women's health research and benefit millions of lives all across America.
So what is it people didn't like about the State of the Union address? Should we go to some Republican talking points now?
Oh no,
That's
you
up
got to see the Republican response. Please show that.
Right. Yeah, I think so. Because
Yeah,
so far I hear reasonable from Biden.
yeah. I'm going to step back down, V. Bennett.
Okay. Let me see. What is it on Fox? Who are the Republicans on giving that?
No. Just put. Let me see. What did I put in? Just put our. Wait. Let me see if I can find it. Response. Wait a minute.
State of the Union.
Response.
Republican
No.
response.
Response. Republican response to State of the Union.
Okay. Let me see here. Absurdly overdramatic.
Yeah, on the top. That's it. Right there. The one with the green on the top.
This or this?
Right here, lady. Yeah, right there.
Bare en t-shirt startede jo.
Okay, here we go. Let's see.
Senator Katie
Get
Britt was
ready
an
for it.
excellent choice to deliver the response to the State of the Union. At 42 years old, she is the youngest Republican woman ever elected to the Senate, the first woman senator from Alabama. Britt's a mother of two. She's married to a former NFL player. She's widely considered to be a rising political star with genuine political acumen. Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina even suggested that, quote, she represents the future of the Republican Party. The party clearly expected her to knock it out of the park. New York Times reports that a close ally of Senator Britt sent talking points to conservative influencers ahead of the speech, suggesting words of praise, including, quote, she came off like America's mom. She gets it. They compared her response to Ronald Reagan's famous Berlin Wall speech and described it as reminiscent of his message of that shining city on a hill. Before she uttered a single word, the author of these talking points declared that Britt's speech was pitch perfect. For the first 60 seconds or so of the speech, it seemed fine. She was smiling at her kitchen table, talking about the future of America, but it quickly took a real turn.
We see you, we hear you, and we stand with you.
Daily Beast described the speech as, quote, bizarrely delivered with an over-the-top dramatic cadence that left political operatives and observers struggling to make sense of it. The performance was so bad that some Republicans watched the high-profile speech with a grimace. According to one strategist, everyone's effing losing it. It's one of our biggest disasters ever. Rolling Stone was inundated with messages absolutely torching Britt's absurdly overdramatic rebuttal. A Trump advisor wrote, quote, what the hell am I watching right now? A Republican pollster called it creepy. And a senior House congressional aide described it as cringe-inducing to watch and likely destined to be turned into a lame Saturday Night Live skit this weekend. I think it's a fair prediction, though it might not be lame. The conversation was similar on social media, where conservative activist Charlie Kirk received a lot of replies to his post asking his followers if they liked Britt's speech. Alan Sanders compared it to a B-grade Hallmark movie moment with an unknown actress playing the lead. Stacy in the USA wrote, very babysitter reading a bedtime story like. Xeon, 45, said, reminded me of when a person spoke on Sesame Street. And on Real America's Voice, the right-wing hosts were stunned into silence.
May God bless you, and may God continue to bless these United States of America.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
That's the best they came with.
I'm sure she's
I'm a fan of her.
I'm sure she's very nice.
I want to see her actual speech. Hold on.
You gotta look, Katie Britt. Just put Republican response to State of the Union.
There it is. Hold on. We saw it right here.
On
It's to the
paper,
right.
Senator
Sorry.
Katie Britt was an
Let me go to this one. Here we go. Come on now.
Yeah,
My
that's the
name
one
is
I
Henrik
saw.
Hahn.
Republican response, and we're about to hear from the youngest Republican woman ever elected to the Senate, Katie Britt of Alabama, for more on why the party chose her. Let's go to our congressional correspondent, Nicole Killian, at the Capitol. Nicole?
But Nora, Senator Katie Britt is considered a rising star within the Republican Party, and her name has even been tossed around as a potential vice presidential pick for former President Trump. At 42, as you mentioned, she is the youngest Republican woman in the U.S. Senate, the first female senator elected from the state of Alabama. She has 2 school-age children, and that is something she is likely to lean into in this speech, calling the Republican Party the party of parents and working families. You can also expect that she is going to draw a very sharp contrast with President Biden, depicting him as too old, out of pace, out of touch. In fact, according to excerpts, she will say our commander-in-chief is not in command and call him a dithering and diminished leader. You can also expect she'll touch on GOP talking points from crime to the border, foreign policy. She considers this speech a huge honor.
Nicole Killian on Capitol Hill. Here now, Senator Katie Britt.
Good evening, America. My name is Katie Britt, and I have the honor of serving the people of the great state of Alabama in the United States Senate. However, that's not the job that matters most. I am a proud wife and mom of 2 school-aged kids. My daughter Bennett and my son Ridgway are why I ran for the Senate. I'm worried about their future and the future of children in every corner of our nation. And that's why I invited you into our home tonight. Like so many families across America, my husband Wesley and I just watched President Biden's State of the Union address from our living room. And what we saw was the performance of a permanent politician who has actually been in office for longer than I've been alive. One thing was quite clear, though. President Biden just doesn't get it. He's out of touch. Under his administration, families are worse off, our communities are less safe, and our country is less secure. I just wish he understood what real families are facing around kitchen tables just like this one. You know, this is where our family has tough conversations. It's where we make hard decisions. It's where we share the good, the bad, and the ugly of our days. It's where we laugh together, and it's where we hold each other's hands and pray for God's guidance.
She ain't said shit yet. There's no substance yet. She's like, talking around the table, hold hands. I'm worried.
Listen, I mean, it's almost over.
What the hell?
That's basically her whole thing. If you don't want to listen to it, it's basically her whole. Just listen to it. I can't.
I want to listen to it. I definitely want to listen to it. This is called. This as Shaka would call this. This is called. What do you call it? Just presenting the facts. Let's go.
And many nights, to be honest, it's where Wesley and I worry. I know we're not alone. And so tonight, the American family needs to have a tough conversation, because the truth is, we're all worried about the future of our nation. The country we know and love seems to be slipping away, and it feels like the next generation will have fewer opportunities and less freedoms than we did. I worry my own children may not even get a shot at living their American dreams. My American dream allowed me, the daughter of 2 small business owners from rural Enterprise, Alabama, to be elected to the United States Senate at the age of 40. Growing up, sweeping the floor at my dad's hardware store and cleaning the bathroom at my mom's dance studio, I never could have imagined what my story would entail. To think about what the American dream can do across just one generation, in just one lifetime, it's truly breathtaking. But
she lost my vote.
Right that now, was the rebuttal.
The American
to Joe
yeah,
Biden.
One generation. You just did that in one generation, girl. Damn, that's deep.
Dream has turned into.
I'm glad you can make sense out of it, because I sure couldn't.
I don't know what the hell she talking about. She's like, she did that in just one generation. Man, nobody in the who the hell in the U.S. gives a shit about that story? Like, really? Like, who are you trying to impress, lady? You did it in one generation? Like, get out of here. Who cares? Look, with the history of the U.S. with genocide, slavery, and all kinds of other crazy ass shit, and she's like, we're just one generation. Damn, she sounds like she only been in the country one generation. But anyway, let's go.
So many families. The true, unvarnished state of our union begins and ends with this. Our families are hurting. Our country can do better. And you don't have to look any further than the crisis at our southern border to see it. President Biden inherited the most secure border of all time. But minutes after taking office, he suspended all deportations, he halted construction of the border wall, and he announced a plan to give amnesty to millions. We know that President Biden didn't just create this border crisis, he invited it with 94 executive actions in his first 100 days. When I took office, I took a different approach. I traveled to the Del Rio sector of Texas. That's where I spoke to a woman who shared her story with me. She had been sex trafficked by the cartels starting at the age of 12. She told me not just that she was raped every day, but how many times a day she was raped. The cartels put her on a mattress in a shoebox of a room, and they sent men through that door over and over again for hours and hours.
This lady is out of her goddamn mind. What's wrong with her? What's wrong with this lady? This lady's a goddamn lunchbox. I don't believe she could. Yo, this is crazy.
Hours on end. We wouldn't be okay with this happening in a third world country. This is the United States of America, and it is past time, in my opinion, that we start acting like it. President Biden's border policies are a disgrace. This crisis is despicable. And the truth is, it is almost entirely preventable. From fentanyl poisonings to horrific murders, there are empty chairs tonight at kitchen tables just like this one because of President Biden's senseless border policies. Just think about Laken Riley. In my neighboring state of Georgia, this beautiful 22-year-old nursing student went out on a jog one morning, but she never got the opportunity to return home. She was brutally murdered by one of the millions of illegal border crossers President Biden chose to release into our homeland. Y'all, as a mom, I can't quit thinking about this. I mean, this could have been my daughter. This could have been yours. And tonight, President Biden finally said her name. But he refused to take responsibility for his own actions. Mr. President, enough is enough. Innocent Americans are dying, and you only have yourself to blame. Fulfill your oath of office, reverse your policies, end this crisis, and stop the suffering. Sadly, we know that President Biden's failures don't stop there. His reckless spending dug our economy into a hole and sent the cost of living through the roof. We have the worst inflation in 40 years and the highest credit card debt in our nation's history. Let that sink in. Hardworking families are struggling to make ends meet today. And with soaring mortgage rates and sky-high childcare costs, they're also struggling to how to plan for tomorrow. The American people are scraping by, while President Biden proudly proclaims that Bidenomics is working. Goodness, y'all, bless his heart. We know better. I'll never forget stopping at a gas station in Chilton County one evening. The gentleman working the counter told me that after retiring, he had to pick up a job in his 70s so that he didn't have to choose between going hungry or going without his medication. He said, I did everything right. I did everything I was told to do. I worked hard, I saved, I was responsible. He's not alone. I hear similar concerns from fellow parents, whether I am walking with my friends or whether I'm at my kids' games. But let's be honest, it's been a minute since Joe Biden pumped gas, ran a carpool, or even pushed a grocery cart. Meanwhile, the rest of us see our dollar and we know it doesn't go as far. We see it every day. And despite what he tells you, our communities are not safer. For years, the left has coddled criminals and defunded the police, all while letting repeat offenders walk free. The result is tragic, but foreseeable. From our small towns to America's most iconic city streets, life is getting more and more dangerous. And unfortunately, President Biden's weakness isn't just hurting families here at home. He is making us a punchline on the world stage. Look, where I'm from, your word is your bond.
Hey, Donnie, do you think that's actually her real house? That her real kitchen? Or do you think that's the studio kitchen?
But for 3 years, the president has demonstrated that America's word doesn't mean what it used to. From abandoning our allies in his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan to desperately pushing another dangerous deal with Iran, President Biden has failed. We've become a nation in retreat, and the enemies of freedom, they see an opportunity. Putin's brutal aggression in Europe has put our allies on the brink. Iran's terrorist proxies have slaughtered Israeli, Jews, and American citizens. They've targeted commercial shipping, and they've attacked our troops nearly 200 times since October, killing 3 US soldiers and 2 Navy SEALs. Meanwhile, the Chinese Communist Party is undercutting America's workers. China is buying up our farmland, spying on our military installations, and spreading propaganda through the likes of TikTok. You see?
Stop right there. Look, China's buying up our farmland. Okay, so is she trying to say that the people that own the farmland can't just use the free market and sell it to whoever the fuck they want to? Is that what she's trying to say? I'm curious about that. As you know, just thinking, I thought Republicans were for free market, open market. You know, this is your land. You can sell it to whoever the hell you want to, even the Chinese for the highest price. But so I find that interesting that she's worried about that. I mean, or does she want the government to set regulations on land, on who you can sell your land to? I'm curious about that. I'm just curious. I'm not saying I'm not myself saying it's a great idea to have any foreign nation, and obviously it's not that. It's a corporation that they suspect is, partnering with China, or a Chinese corporation that's partnering with the government somehow, doing some kind of business. But I just think it's kind of curious here. It's a Republican party member saying that, but let's see.
The CCP knows that if it conquers the minds of our next generation, it conquers America. And what does President Biden do? Well, he bans TikTok for government employees, but creates an account for his own campaign. Y'all, you can't make this stuff up. Look, we all recall when presidents faced national security threats with strength and resolve. That seems like ancient history. Right now, our commander-in-chief is not in command. The free world deserves better than a dithering and diminished leader. America deserves leaders who recognize that secure borders, stable prices, safe streets, and a strong defense are actually the cornerstones of a great nation. Just ask yourself, are you better off now than you were 3 years ago? There's no doubt we're at a crossroads, and it doesn't have to be this way. We all feel it. But here's the good news. We, the people, are still in the driver's seat. We get to decide whether our future will grow brighter or whether...
It's so funny how she went from damn near stressed out about, the U.S. falling apart to now she's happy again. There's a future.
We'll settle for an America in decline. Well, I know which choice our children deserve. And I know the choice the Republican Party is fighting for.
You could.
We are
Shut
the
the
party
fuck up.
of hard-working parents and families. And we want to give you and your children the opportunities to thrive. And we want families to grow. It's why we strongly support continued nationwide access to in vitro fertilization. We want to help loving moms and dads bring precious life into this world.
Yeah, bring life into the world. But if it just happens to be not the most healthiest fetus, you're still going to have it because we're not for abortion.
Wesley and I believe there is no greater blessing in life than our children. And that's why tonight, I want to make a direct appeal to the parents out there, and in particular to my fellow moms, many of whom I know will be up tossing and turning at 2 a.m., wondering how you're going to be in 3 places at once and then somehow still get dinner on the table. First of all, we see you, we hear you, and we...
She called Biden, what did she call Biden? Delusional or disconnected? Yeah, okay.
stand with you. I know you're frustrated. I know you're probably disgusted by most of what you see going on in Washington, and I'll be really honest with you, you're not wrong for feeling that way. Look, I get it. The task in front of us isn't an easy one, but I can promise you one thing. It is worth it. So I am asking you, for the sake of your kids and your grandkids, get into the arena. Every generation has been called to do hard things. American greatness rests in the fact that we always answer that call. It's who we are. Never forget, we are steeped in the blood of patriots who overthrew the most powerful empire in the world. We walk in the footsteps of pioneers who tamed the wild. We now carry forward the same flame of freedom as the liberators of an oppressed Europe. We continue to draw courage from those who bent the moral arc of the universe. And when we gaze upon the heavens, never forget that our DNA contains the same ingenuity that put man on the moon. America has been tested before, and every single time we've emerged unbowed and unbroken. Our history has been written with the grit of men and women who got knocked down. But we know their stories because they did not stay down. We are here because they stood back up. So now it's our turn, our moment to stand up and prove ourselves worthy of protecting the American dream. Together, we can reawaken the heroic spirit of a great nation. Because America, we don't just have a rendezvous with destiny. We take destiny's hand and we lead it. Our future starts.
So fucking unconvincing. Yeah, I'm sorry, but you know, time is money. I don't understand this. This is, yo, are people watching this? I mean, look, I'm sorry, but Biden is twice her age. But the shit he said, there was just a lot more stuff in there for concerned people to follow. And this is her response. Like, I don't get it. This kind of shows you how in disarray, how much, in disarray the Republican Party is, because it's supposed, with all the money they get and all the time that they've had, they're supposed to be kind of like, even if you disagree with them, they're supposed to be a well-oiled machine, like politically, like functioning, having definite things that they can win over voters with, that actually do some kind of good, even if there's not for everybody. But this woman, come on, what did she mention so far? Beverly, you there? Have you heard one thing that she mentioned that really just like jumped out? What did you hear? What is she talking about?
That's my point. She couldn't. They used her and thought she was all of that. I couldn't make no head nor tails out of that mess.
She looks like, and I'm exaggerating, but it looks like they picked her just like a pretty face and a smile and nothing else.
No, they expected her to be smart.
Really?
And Mike Johnson, he was howdy doody to me.
I didn't hear her say a goddamn thing, to be honest. I heard Biden, because this is the response to Biden. Biden talked about $200 billion infrastructure plan. He talked about capping pharmaceuticals, particularly insulin and things like that. Bringing insulin down to, what did he say, $30 a month?
35.
Right? Isn't that what he said? $35 a month. I mean, he actually came with a lot of goods, a lot of services. Yeah, and this lady, she seemed a little too comfortable. Like she seemed worried but comfortable at the same time. And Biden, he didn't seem worried. He seemed proactive. Like, this is what we're going to do about it. This is what we can do. We can get this done. This lady seemed like it went from like nightmare to like, but guess what? We can do it. And then didn't tell you what she's going to do. It's like, I don't know. It's a lot missing in this speech. That's why I had to stop it, because it's a failure. It's a failure. And it's telling when you see Republicans react that way. When you see Republican media, react that way? Republican talking heads react that way? It have to be really, really. It was a failure to them too. They were disappointed. Yeah. So look, let's get over to Trump real quick. I'm sorry, I didn't see. Is there something we supposed to be watching about Trump? Did he make a reaction? Trump.
I don't know what he did. I try not to.
Response to Biden's state. Oh, I can just say State of the Union to the State of the Union. Let me just see what his. Oh, okay. Damn. Did he say something? Here we go. Oh, hell yeah. That's what we came for.
All right, Grace, thank you. Tonight, former President Donald Trump is also responding to the State of the Union on his own social media platform, Truth Social. He also posted a rebuttal before the address, criticizing the president for his policies on inflation and handling of the U.S.-Mexico border.
Joe Biden is on the run from his record and lying like crazy to try and escape accountability for the horrific devastation he and his
He can barely read.
party have created. All the while, they continue the very policies that are causing this horror show to go.
That was it? Hold on.
That was it.
That wasn't the full one. I'm sorry. It must be this one. Sorry. There we go. Let's see. It must be this. Let's go. Skip.
His record and lying like crazy to try and escape accountability for the horrific devastation he and his party have created. All the while, they continue the very policies that are causing this horror show to go. We cannot take it any longer as a country. Joe Biden's sad excuse for a State of the Union address aside, here are the facts. When I left office, we gave Joe Biden the most secure border in U.S. history. We gave him remain in Mexico, very tough to get, but I got it. Safe third agreements, the asylum ban, Title 42, 571 miles of border wall, rapid deportations, and much more. We had the safest border in the history of our country. As soon as he got in, Crooked Joe and his radical left lunatics deliberately dismantled each and every one of those policies that were so good, that gave us this best border. According to Tom Homan, according to Brandon Judd, the top people, they said it was the single best border we've ever had in recorded history. What's happened now is a horror show. The country, our country, is being laughed at all over the world. Over the past 3 years, Biden has actively aided and abetted the importation of millions and millions of illegal alien migrants and resettle them into your communities. At any time during the past 3 years, crooked Joe Biden, and he is crooked as you can be and the most incompetent president we've ever had, could have called off the invasion. But to this day, he is keeping the hordes of illegal migrants and illegal aliens pouring into the country. By the time his term is up, we can have close to 20 million people in our country. And we have no idea from where they come. We have no idea who they are. They have no identification.
It's the same old
mental
nonsense.
institutions. Many come
Yeah,
from
it's not really a response to what Biden said. It's just like you said, the same talking points, even though it's the talking points that he said was saying, long before the State of the Union address. So I'm curious about what does he want to give Americans? Because all right, fair, you want to protect the borders, but that should be a normal thing. That should be a no-brainer. Protect the borders, right? Even for Biden, it should be protect the borders. Now, what you do about asylum, great. Yeah, that's pretty much. There's laws about what you can do. You could be condemned internationally, by mismanaging, certain these kind of asylum cases. It could really make you look bad, but it could backfire geopolitically. But I'm not saying that's not a reason to be harsh on asylum or on migration, right? But so far, it sounds like Trump
They have no plan. That's what it is.
Yeah, they don't. It's like I don't know. Let me listen to the rest of this. What does he think about? How's he going to get more money in the average American's pocket? How's he going to curb inflation? How's he going to get prices down? Or how is he going to get people a raise so they can follow their job? They can follow the inflation, you know, because maybe you can't get the prices down, but you can get people's wages up. Like, so I'm just curious. Let me just play the rest and see.
Prisons, they're terrorists. We have a calamity the likes of which we've never seen before. The very first bill Joe Biden sent to Congress was a plan to turn illegal aliens into voting citizens. That's just what we need. No matter what Crooked Joe says, his actions prove his priority is to import a colossal new illegal alien population and let them all stay. My priority is securing our border and sending Crooked Joe's illegals back home. Likewise, the sight of a feeble Joe Biden talking about shrinkflation, the term he uses, is one of the most ridiculous things this country has ever seen. Shrinkflation is just another way of saying inflation. It means that you're losing a lot of money because these people don't know what they're doing. It was all caused by Crooked Joe Biden and the people that surround him. And they are radical left, Marxists, and fascists, and communists, and socialists. We have people running our country, the likes of which we have never seen before. He and the communists and his party looted trillions of dollars from you and spent it on illegal aliens and the Green New Scam, triggering the highest inflation in many, many decades. If your packages are getting smaller, that's the reason why, under my leadership, there was no inflation. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. It's time to tell Crooked Joe Biden, you're fired.
It doesn't sound like it's going to work, if you ask me. I mean, just okay. I haven't been following Trump's plan too much, but I'm one that believes that, you know, if there's any real plan that Trump has, Republicans would be disseminating that plan. It would be more than just him talking about it. It would be the Republican Party's plan for America, kind of like the Democratic Party. You know, the Democratic Party, Biden, he doesn't have a Biden plan. It's how Democrats see the U.S. That's how Biden's approaching it, and it's pretty comprehensive, and you can't gloss over it with like cheap talking points. You know, it has too much detail involved. But when I look at Republicans right now, it seems like they don't really have much outside of a border wall. Yeah, that's it. A border wall and asylum. Yeah, that's not a lot. That's not a lot. Sure, it might, you know, on the surface, it may look like, okay, these illegals, they're committing crimes. Yeah, okay. These illegals are taking jobs. Okay, yeah. But, you know, to me, it doesn't seem like that would be the priority over other issues like infrastructure, providing jobs, because if you're an illegal, you can't have that job. Lowering the cost of pharmaceuticals, that seems like something, I mean, everyone would kind of like. You get the immediate return on that in your bank account. Now, I'm not capping for Biden. I'm just saying that it looks like they have reasonable, logical policies. They may not go far enough though, but I mean, when I just compare what I heard from Trump to what I heard from the two Republican, this last woman and then Trump, I don't know. They just seem like they don't have any substance. Andre, you there?
Yeah, I'm
I'm
here.
here.
Oh,
Okay, both of you here. Who's going first?
Go ahead, Evelyn.
go first, Andrea.
So what I was going to say, you know, they're concerned about people coming in from the border, but they've flown a whole bunch of other people in the country, huh? You know, they feel like it's our responsibility to take care of some other people that have been flown here that we've been responsible for. So
Who
I
do they
guess if you're
flying?
flown, the Ukraine, don't they, didn't they allow the Ukrainians to come in here?
Oh, right.
Mhm.
That's true. They didn't
Mhm.
have a problem with the Ukrainians coming
They
in.
didn't have no problem with them coming in here, so I guess that's okay. That's not, they're not legal. I mean, what? So because there's some war
They are
going on, that's
asylum
supposed to be
seekers.
okay.
They're
Okay,
asylum
so are the
seekers.
people. So are the people coming in from the border, aren't they? They're asylum seekers too, aren't they? Who are,
Yeah.
I'm, it's just amazing to me who they deem to be a particular type of people. When she said, what did she say? How did she say? She called people. Oh, I meant to write it down when she used a word about people. But they're always trying to use fear tactics to make people vote for them, right? Everything's always so spooky, scary. Watch out, look behind you.
Yeah.
You never know who's going to come up on you and stuff like that. She sounds like another whining, former person they chose to run for the vice president. She sounds like that lady. There's always the boogeyman is always somewhere lurking in the bushes somewhere to get you. But at the same time, they use particular words like patriots don't apply to black people or any other people in this country. Patriots are for white people. That's their code word. That ain't got nothing to do with us.
Right.
So it's all these. They know what their words are.
I mean, but
And I
Donnie.
just
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Donnie, he said he would vote for Trump, but he didn't. Donnie, what would you vote for Trump for? Is it the border wall? What is it for exactly? I mean, I'm curious. And even if it's the border wall, whatever it is, it's just they seem lackluster. They don't seem like they really mean it. To be honest with you, because think about this. To believe a person, style might be part of it. Sure, style helps. But the other thing is what they're saying. How in depth can they go into about what their views are? And when I hear Trump talk, he doesn't go in depth at all. And it's the same with this other lady. There was no depth to it. They couldn't tell you nothing about how they're going to stop the immigrants. A border wall, yeah, but we all know a border wall is not going to stop drugs, and it's not going to stop immigrants from getting over that southern border. I mean, everybody knows. Or any border. I mean, you just get a ladder, or you dig a tunnel. Anybody got a plan to stop the tunnels? No plan. So it's kind of like if you want to stop them from coming from the South, because it sounds like that's really what they're talking about. It's the South that they don't want people coming in on. To me, it seemed like it's geopolitics that's going to resolve that issue, because what's going on in Central America and some parts of South America, it's got a lot of people fleeing. But hold on, let me read this what Ralph wrote. None of the Democrats, aka Democratic Party, words or actions lined up, and they use upset, scared white women and angry white guys to the news. I mean, but what did we just see from Trump and this other lady? I'm not sure if I understand that one, because she seemed angry and Trump seemed angry. They're both white. But what did they say about what they were going to do? I mean, when somebody goes into depth about what they want to do and how they're going to do it, you're able to pull their card on them later when they don't, because they gave details. They made statements. Trump almost ain't even make no statement. So what can you hold him to? Just that he said he was going to do something about it, but what is he going to do about it exactly? And I think that's the problem, because if they don't really go into depth about what they're going to do about it, you can't come back later and say, you said this, and this. You didn't do none of that. It just, I don't know, seem like they're a little bit shallow, their statements. Well, it's a plan, unknown.
What
Yeah,
plan?
I'm sorry.
What's the plan, though? What is the plan? That's my point. What is their plan? Nothing. It's nothing.
Yeah, they don't even sound like a real party, to be honest with you. Like, because don't get me wrong, there's a lot of people like Donnie. I'm presuming he means immigration is why he would vote for Trump, maybe. Or a lot of people in the southern border states are frustrated about southern immigrants, right? I can understand that, but that's not
I
the
know.
hard part to understand. Well, for
But
me,
they're
it's not the
coming,
hard part to understand. It's
but they're coming from
basic.
everywhere. They're coming from Canada too. But you don't hear anybody hollering about that.
Yeah,
I
they come from
mean,
Canada too.
yeah, it's like
They're coming from everywhere. They're coming from New York. They're coming from. They just come. They're coming from every direction. They're coming from the Pacific coast, just all the boats and shit. But what I mean is like, they just don't seem like they have something except saying it.
yeah, because
Like
they're they want to make it sound like a criminal element. The criminal element is coming from the South, but they're coming from everywhere. It's just it's just their it's just a scare tactic, and that's usually what they use. I mean, if they don't do anything else, I mean, she sounded like she was gasping for breath. You talking about Sleepy Joe? She sounded like she just woke up trying to catch her breath. It's like seriously. I mean, and I'm like, please. I mean, stop it. Who talks like that for real? I mean, really?
she hyperventilating and shit.
For no reason. And I'm like, for no reason.
Oh, and then she gets happy again. But we'll work it out.
That was a little too much.
Like, yeah, I mean, like way over the top. She was like, I'm like, stop it. You're making my head hurt just listening.
Yep.
But they do try to use that strategy that you're saying, put a so-called pretty face out there, hoping that they'll, look at her and not pay attention to the words that are coming out of her mouth, right?
Yeah. I ain't hearing nothing coming out of her mouth. She gonna have you gotta say a little bit more for my vote. Is what I'm saying. Even if you turn out to be a complete failure, or even if you're wrong, you got to say something. You got to say more for me.
It's the people who are gonna vote for him are the same people who voted for him the last time, and he didn't win the last time. And you got a bunch of ignorant black folks with them damn ugly ass sneakers, and it is. Anybody who votes for them Republicans, they crazy. Donald Trump ain't gonna win. He ain't gonna win. That's why they ain't gonna disqualify Fonnie Lewis, because they want her to take his nonsense.
Yes, it's just crazy.
They got to do more to win it. They got to do more to win an election, and they're not doing it right now. I mean, and the place they should start is with their message. Their messaging is just not there.
They don't have anything to message. They are following Donald Trump, and all Donald Trump talks about is the border. That was the purpose of them not going along and doing the border thing, so Donald Trump would have something to campaign on. Go ahead, Andrea.
I was going to say, and her state is, trying to pass that law against getting IVF and all that kind of stuff. I mean, like, what is wrong with you people? I mean, it's like, Alabama just effed up. I mean, they constantly are doing some backward ass bullshit, right? It's I don't know. There must be something in the water over there, because they're doing some stupid stuff.
I had enough of them people. I got something, when y'all finish with that, I got something I want to show you real quick, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good. I see. I mean, I didn't see. There was, to me, it was like on the Republican side here, there was a nothing ball. That's what I saw. Like, just nothing. It wasn't even worth the energy. They don't even seem like they're legitimately interested. It's more like, You know how you see when you meet a loser, a sore loser, that no matter what you say, they're just always going to be like, nah, this MFer, man, he ain't shit. It seems basically like that's their message. Biden ain't shit.
They call him Sleepy
Oh
Joe.
man, that motherfucker Biden ain't shit. It seems like they could have just said that, and I would have been like, that would have been better than what they said. So I don't know. You know, they could have been. Look, they could have, after Biden said that, after Biden gave his speech, I'm sorry, this is what they said.
Thinks everything in the world is gay? Nigga, you gay. You gay. Y'all niggas are gay. Nigga, you gay. That's gay. Don't find any of this gay at all. Okay.
What the hell is that?
They may as well just said that about Biden. Nigga, you gay. Because that's all they said nothing. It was like, they said nothing.
Wait a minute. Negro Ralph says white Americans rally behind an angered, strong white man, Donnie, and believed the fear and aggressive nature of whites, and she would be heard while saying nothing. I don't know how sure Donald Trump is. There's something wrong with him. He act like he got frontal lobe, whatever that mess is in the front of your head with dementia.
You know what they do? I think what they're doing is the opposite right now. I think Trump, they're scared of Trump, right? The Republicans. I think they're more scared of Trump. And I think what they're doing is sitting back going, yeah, because they don't have the courage to say no, but they don't want him. So I think they're just waiting for him to just lose one more time, and then it's over for him. Then they don't have to deal with his ass anymore.
They using Fonnie Willis to do it. That's why they ain't putting her off. They ain't gonna put her off for that case because nobody else wants it, and he'll go free. And they want to get rid of this man.
I think so.
He ain't strong. He ain't strong either.
Negro Ralph said it was, but I don't know what he's doing because I could pop him upside his head myself.
Because if you think about it, this is kind of how the Republican Party got itself in the situation. They didn't want to stand up against Trump. And the price they paid for not standing up against Trump is becoming a defunct party. That kind of shows you they have a lot of cowards in their party, and a lot of the way that they handle things is they don't have any real fighters. It's pretty much Trump got enough dirt on them to start with, and that's enough to shut them up. But it doesn't really mean they want them to win, because if you want somebody to win, you have to do more than just stand there and be like the dude who was the minority whip, or was it the majority whip that was there? You have to do more than what he did, which was just kind of like whimper a little bit, clap, no smile, no standing up, just no facial expressions. You got to do more than be passive. Yo, Rob,
the guy who was sitting up there during the you talking about the guy who's sitting up there now, V. Bennett?
Yeah, the one that was sitting
Mike
up there.
Johnson.
Was giving it. Yeah, he's the new whip, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
what's going on, V?
He's the Speaker of the House. Yeah.
What's going on,
Rob?
To the other lady as well.
Come on.
I know I'm always the one to sound radical, but I'm gonna have to do it again.
Go ahead. Let's hear it.
All right. Women's rights, rally behind white women, fearful, screaming, aggressive white women. Got you the Feminist Act. Let's go to y'all thought y'all had a white black president such as Mr. Bill Clinton. He can play the saxophone and smoke weed, and as soon as he started cheating on his wife and throw her out the country, rally behind Hillary Clinton and more Democrats. Let's see, Crazy Joe, KKK member, and he knows what's good for black folks. More emotional tronding, more emotional bonding. No real laws he's been passed. He says he's going to do really been passed stuff or has something to do with schools. For real. Just more government stuff. And the alphabet people have came into play so strong and aggressively now. They're really dictating and passing a lot of the laws and bills that is the government controls the schools. So it's really not saying you're helping you rally behind the Democrat because they haven't shown anything that's really benefiting our people in the community. And they put up more casinos, the health plan and health, let's say for women. There's not really much out here for men, but let's say because women they get a lot of stuff, but the stuff they get is bull crap.
Mhm.
Like they're not giving you health care where you can get underwater births.
Mhm.
You're not getting herbal care and treatment. You're getting more medicinal care and treatment.
Mhm. That's because that's
I was-
how they make their money, though, Negro Ralph. Right?
Oh,
They're not. They're not gonna promote.
I know. That's right. But hold on. I was told that I don't like women, but I do so much for women in general. I didn't like that. I
You
was
know you
told
don't
that,
like
but I want to talk about this as far as the woman's standpoint because most times men are overlooked. So this is the things that the government do to harm the women specifically when it comes to that type of control with food, medicine, and even housing stability, because they put most of the people at low income, even while married. Even while married, they'll still put you in low income. They can put you in decent areas and things like that, but they put you in areas where they look to already have a decrease or decline in the area. And so we can't really say that the government really has pushed the agenda to help our people. It just renovates our people, right? And then it involves international policies with foreigners to move into our neighborhood and integrate our neighborhoods and set more laws.
Mhm.
And actually bring more kind of systematic racism because it divides our culture as well. That's just a large part that's overlooked a lot. And last but not least, when we got the woman in front of the TV crying repeatedly all day long, and you just gotta hear her cry about this, about that, you like, good God, let's get these women some help. When you realize you get the help, there's no help for the men in return. And we even watched this on the YouTube. I was trying to help women on here and get nothing in return. And it makes everybody feel like it's singularity. So if our women can't help the men and men can't help the women in our government society to be better, what makes you think the government is going to regulate and make things cheaper for us? Like, Joe Biden wouldn't pass that law about that diabetes too. He'll pass the law, but wouldn't go into effect for 10, 15 more years.
That's not true because it's already in effect. That's not true because it's already in effect for Medicare recipients.
Yeah, I believe that, right? So look, that'll probably happen, right? And just like with Obamacare, what they do, they stop certain things that's within the packages. So yeah, they can give it to you. They can say, "Oh, we put this in there, but it'll be set for a certain type of people, or it'll be set for a certain type of government healthcare plan." You don't know what policies they're gonna provide or put into that. They just tell you that, and then when you realize, well, damn, I can't even get it, but that is a policy. Won't it be for you?
I ain't no diabetic, and I ain't trying to be one. So that's
Yeah,
why
I'm not saying you in general, but I'm saying that's the gift of the gab in the medical industry.
That's why I don't drink all the sodas and stuff no more because I ain't trying to be no diabetic. So
I mean, I know there's a push out there, in the community of, not voting for either one of them because of that neither party has kept their promises to whatever they said they were going to do for our community. So I'm not sure how. I'm not at this point. I'm still kind of flabbergasted myself because I don't know what to do at this point. I mean, I know what I heard and I know what I heard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's still, you still have to ask yourself, okay, after all these years, what have we gotten out of anybody from either party after all these years, right? And so, I mean, I feel you. I mean, I feel what you're saying. I'm now when it comes to women and our health and stuff like that, we've always, been at the, on the hard end of it, right? I mean,
that's right.
And I don't know what's going to change that. I mean, it's almost like it's a sin to be a woman, as they say. I mean, women didn't give birth late. Women didn't.
They make it blasphemous for y'all.
Women didn't lay down and have babies back in the day. You know, that came out when that guy created this service and the four-step deliveries. That's where all that stuff came from. We didn't do all that. That's where all that money is constantly being made because we're not in the right position to do a particular thing. We get charged more for our clothing. We get charged more for our healthcare. We get charged more for everything. So I don't see where any of, either party's done anything on that front either to help, to help us out. I mean,
that's right.
They're
doing certain things like they won't allow y'all to take your organs back home or like your placenta and umbilical cord.
Right.
They want to harvest those organs for DNA. They don't want to give you back your natural own property that came from your body.
Exactly.
Like I brought up one time before, they want to bring you up into the system. They slide that epidural in there. They don't give you no fees for that one, do they? They want you to hit that cocaine, heroin, and what's that junk called? They're taking everybody out. The fentanyl. That fentanyl, yeah. So not only just that, the female anatomy will cause more problems because they have to go through so much as a receiver. The medical field knows that they cannot fully heal women because women bring the most money to the industry. And if you can bombard them with the lowest rates of things, but make them pay higher interest because their problems will come if they don't watch the way they carry themselves. They'll never run out of money. And pain pills will always be there as a substitute.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's unfortunate. I mean, it's unfortunate on both sides. I mean, I think, outside of us just taking better care of ourselves, you still at some point you got to go and, you got to go to the doctor to do certain things, right? And you just have to stay on them. I mean, I'm an advocate for being proactive about your family and your health care. And so
not only that, they add little gifts and little nicks and crannies into the healthcare plan, right? Like, so say like you're a woman that's plus size, you want to go get you lipo, right? But the BBL could be free or included for $500 with lipo. But they know that can decrease the risk of your life. But they throw a perk in there for you to say, well, here, we're going to take this out, but we can still put this way in to kill you. You know what I'm saying? So they make the market off of killing you, more money off of killing you than keeping you alive.
Yeah. But that comes with, again, that has to be us being concerned about our health and well-being, right? So right. If we're not going to do the due diligence and doing all of the work and we're just all about looking good, I mean, at a certain point in time, at a certain age, you're not so concerned about that. But if you're, it gets to you making those decisions about yourself. And if you feel like you need to get on, hey, then you go ahead and take that risk. I mean, that's the unfortunate thing is people have choices, and if they feel like they got to do all that, hey, go knock yourself out. But you just know there's consequences for you taking that particular action, right?
Can I ask a question? What is it that you would like to see either party do that they haven't mentioned?
Who's that directed to?
Anybody.
I would like to see, as far as in the healthcare packages, I would like for them to give more black herbalists. Well, you can go not just black, like any type of the healthcare. You have the right to take natural remedies or whatever in case of medicines instead of taking pharmaceutical medicines, and better physical treatment such as mental care, physical care, whatever. Say if you need physical therapy, bringing down the prices on those and things like that. Transportation with therapy and physical care, to be able to pick people up in better spots and things like that. Like something of that nature. At least that's a start for me. If I can see that if they're worried about our health, then soon they'll be worried about our income.
Yeah, I just had a physical almost a month ago, and when she asked, she said, "Can I get the list of medications that you're taking and vitamins and stuff fall underneath that category?" I said, "Excuse me." I said, "Since when? Since since when are vitamins? I said, see, this is the reason why people don't want to come see y'all, because now you're trying to take away from us the ability to manage our care by making all this other stuff a medicine. I said, I'm not on any medication, and what I do to take care of myself, this is what I take. But this has nothing. I said, you guys, again, you're trying to scare people into thinking that they need all of this stuff from you, as opposed to being able to go out there and get it themselves. And I said, and that's the reason why I don't come. I said, I almost stopped coming up here to get physicals and all that stuff, because you guys just, if I didn't need you to do the lab work, I wouldn't even waste my time. If I could do my own lab work, I wouldn't waste my time.
And that's what I thought about. Like, we really don't have the freedom to your own health. You just have options to preserve your health. And I think if I was to pick a second thing, schools will have to learn. We had to do a new update on like the way schools teach undergrad students, like youngest high school and under, and certain type of I guess I say it should have some type of religious qualities in the school, because the school shouldn't have if it's going to be run by the government and the government really does religion, it should have where you can actually have places where they can, if you're Muslim, you can pray, if you're Christian, you can pray, you can do your thing, or, whatever type of, who you are, you get your own 10 minutes of it through your day and whatever. If you're going to mix it and make us so differently, culturally differently, and bring us into all in one school, you might as well bring religion back into the school.
Well, they said it was never taken out. It's just that the teachers couldn't institute that. Kids could still participate or do whatever. I mean,
yeah.
But
well, my kids in school, I've never heard them say they had time out to pray, or they had time out to have self-reflections, to think to themselves, and you know what I'm saying? They give them a nap time, but they give them some free time or something, but you don't get the time to exercise your religious belief freely.
You know what, you guys, I gotta go because everybody talking about doctors, but I want to show you something real quick before I go, because it's almost 11 o'clock here, and I got to get ready for bed because I got to get up. I have to go to the doctor tomorrow. I have to be scanned tomorrow. So, but
like I said, they're gonna always have women come back and forth. Guys don't have to see the doctor as much if you're healthy, but women gonna have to go back and forth. They gonna always make their money off.
If we're healthy, we don't.
Right. Even if you are healthy, right, you're still gonna take twice as many more trips as a guy.
Well, that's because we have more to check out than you do, right?
That's they can make their market. But
I'm just saying we have more to check on than you do. I mean, so that makes sense. I mean, you don't have a uterus, you don't have fallopian tubes, you don't have all that. So it's that even though that is that way, we have more body parts than you do, right? So, but that's not to say that because of that, I mean, that's why we shouldn't be charged for that. I mean, it's not. I mean, we got what we have. But you guys get breast cancer, and you can still get breast cancer like we do. You can still get certain things like we do. But you still need to go get, you still have to go get your physical, get yourself checked out, and get yourself, for the parts that you do have, right?
Say like certain foods, certain activities women do, and they might catch something like fibroids or things like that. Things men don't really know nothing about. You feel me?
Catch fibroids.
Yeah, I said men. Yeah, I said men don't. I said men don't. I'm saying things that women do. Men don't catch those. I'm saying women catch those.
No, women don't catch them either. You don't catch them. They just.
What's those little? I think I'm saying it wrong. I'm not saying maybe thyroids or fibroids, but I think it's the little things that get caught in swellings in the vagina, whatever. They go into like little balls and a cyst.
That's thyroids, but you don't catch them.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm just saying. Okay. I'm not. I'm just saying you women get there when I say catch. I'm talking in my form of talk. I bring the hood to the conversation.
And most of the time they're harmless.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, I was no, I was saying I have to go because I have to go to the doctor in the morning. But it's something I want to share. I want to show you. I found this while I was just looking through. It's something. It's a book I read, but it's something I found out here. I'm gonna share it real quick. I think I am anyway. I hope I am. So I don't know. Wait, let me see. Okay.
That many Americans thought the country had moved past were brought to the surface after the recent presidential election. In fact, the Southern Poverty Law Center has been keeping a running tab on a spike in hate incidents across the country. Special correspondent Duarte Geraldino reports tonight from an area outside Atlanta where lingering racial scars are still being examined for lessons on how to move forward. And a warning, the story contains some graphic and offensive language.
In 1987, race and class divisions erupted as African American leaders and their supporters tried to march through Forsyth County, Georgia, an area just 40 miles north of Atlanta.
Where did the people who come from who were shouting, "Nigger, go home"?
A moment of extreme division captured in one of Oprah Winfrey's first shows. She came to Forsyth after it was thrust into the global spotlight because an unspoken ban on Black people was, all at once, being exposed, challenged, and proudly defended.
My name's Frank Shirley. I'm the head of the committee to keep Forsyth and Dawson County white. There were thousands of white people that came out to join our white people's protest.
First time anyone, including myself, had seen Black faces in Forsyth County.
Yet there were also whites in the area like Patrick Phillips, who joined African Americans to oppose the ban. He was just 17 at the time.
All around me, all of these people started, chanting white power. And at that point, I realized that I had stumbled my way into the middle of the Klan's victory celebration for having stopped the march.
At that point, what goes through your mind?
I was horrified and kind of shocked.
Phillips says the march came at a time when the community was feeling pressure from what it considered outsiders, a time when speaking up against the racial ban could make you a target.
I still feel a little bit nervous talking about all of this openly now.
But lately he's been doing a lot of talking about his childhood in North Georgia and how his experience can help all Americans make sense of today.
What's happened in the last couple of months, the ugliness of the campaign, the racial rhetoric, and the divisiveness. And I think there are people who want to interpret that as a kind of wrong turning in America. I think the other way to interpret it is really more of a revelation of some currents that have been there all along.
Phillips is the author of Blood at the Root, a racial cleansing in America. The book is his way of making sense of the place where he grew up.
The story that I was told, the myth was very simple. White people rose up, they drove out their Black neighbors, they were kept out for 100 years. What I now know is the racial cleansing in 1912.
We followed his trail of discovery. It begins here at a cemetery beside Pleasant Grove Baptist Church, just outside of Cumming, Georgia. What is this?
So this is the grave of May Crow. She comes.
I don't know what that was wrong with this thing. I don't know.
Into the story of Forsyth County's racial cleansing because on September 8th, 1912, she disappeared in the woods about a mile from her house, and all hell broke loose in Forsyth County on the day of May Crow's funeral.
According to various accounts, 18-year-old May Crow is walking alone in the woods when she's struck repeatedly with a rock, reportedly sexually assaulted and left for dead.
She was hit so hard that her eye was dislodged from her skull and left hanging.
She's always kind of center.
Debbie Vermont is May Crow's grandniece. She keeps a portrait of her in her living room.
My grandmother always said that she was known to be the prettiest girl in Forsyth County.
Word of the attack spread quickly. Suspicion soon fell on a group of young African Americans. Local media condemned them, describing the trio as, quote, the fiendish, low-browed, guerrilla-type Negroes. Enraged by the news, a mob immediately lynched one man.
You believe that some of your distant relatives took part in this lynching?
Yes, some of them I am fairly sure they did. These were the most aggrieved and grieving. who wanted justice for what had happened to their loved one.
2 others, both teenagers, were arrested, tried, and convicted. A prominent doctor volunteered land near his home for the court-ordered execution. An estimated 5,000 people showed up to watch the hangings.
Well, my grandmother would have been 18 months old, sitting in her mother's lap.
Watching someone being lynched.
Right.
So do you believe that those 3 people, the 2 teenagers, the 1 young man in his 20s, do you believe they were innocent?
I do believe they were innocent. I do believe. And I believe it's a huge cold case that's still sitting there to try to figure out exactly who did it.
Stories like this were common in the Jim Crow South, but what was unique in this case is what happened next. Newspapers of the day describe a series of late-night attacks on black families, a campaign of terror by whites.
The Night Riders won. It worked. They succeeded in their goal of driving out the entire black community.
More than 1,000 African Americans banished.
They largely erased all the signs that that community had ever been there.
At one point, this land belonged to the black community of Forsyth County.
But not everything was erased. Phillips has spent 10 years looking for physical evidence of Forsyth's black community, remains of burnt-out churches, and lands from which African Americans were driven off.
Why is it so difficult to find all this stuff? Well, I have a land lot number, and that's it.
Today, much of this land is high-priced real estate, but when Phillips first came, it was a different place.
In 1977, when my family moved to Forsyth, the place was changing quite a bit. The completion of Highway 400 in the mid-1970s suddenly made Forsyth viable as a bedroom community for people, for professional people working in Atlanta.
Those newcomers weren't always welcome, though. At the time, fewer than 40,000 people lived here, and some were willing to use extreme measures to protect their way of life. Today, more than 200,000 people live in Forsyth, and thanks to a surge in new businesses and high-paying jobs, it's one of the wealthiest counties in the nation.
To successfully erase this kind of land theft, to ignore its impact over generations, is really damaging. Come on up, Duarte.
Phillips' search did turn up one major marker. Remember the home of the wealthy landowner who volunteered his backyard for the public hangings in 1912? It's been meticulously restored and now houses the local Chamber of Commerce. James McCoy is the Chamber CEO.
You know, the events in, particularly in 1987, it was a soul-searching moment for this community. Much of that was driven by the business community.
Since 1987, the Chamber's membership has evolved, moving from mostly mom-and-pop businesses to larger corporations explicitly bound by the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
We went from probably a little over 90% being micro enterprises, 1 or 2 employees, to companies that are more in the mid-range of business of anywhere between 25 and 200 employees.
You can measure just how far Forsyth has come by the candidacy of Democrat Daniel Blackman. He ran to represent the county in the Georgia State Senate.
Well, I didn't win, but we got 21% of the vote. I'm almost positive to say that, you know, some white folks voted for me. So the fact that I'm in this county and we were able to run and I'm a black candidate, I think that really speaks volumes, and it shows that we are going in the right direction.
Still, less than 5% of all Forsyth residents are black. Yet unlike many African Americans before him, Blackman is vowing to stay. He owns a strategic communications business and is raising his family here.
I'm not going anywhere for a long time.
But for Phillips and Vermont, the weight of their Forsyth roots are too heavy. Both moved up north decades ago.
We were raised with this notion that every day America gets a little bit more just. Every day the wheels of progress kind of move forward. And I think, you know, in the research, I learned that what that leaves out is that sometimes the gains of one generation are given back in the next.
Because down there, nobody wanted to talk about it.
Vermont now lives in the Philadelphia area and gives talks to mostly white groups on the lessons of her family's past and what it means for today. I asked her if she feels the country has moved past the kinds of racial conflict that Forsyth experienced.
There are still so many places that are white enclaves We are still a very segregated country.
Confirming the reasons Vermont was so fearful, the Southern Poverty Law Center has documented more than 1,000 incidents of racial intimidation since the presidential election. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Duarte Geraldino in Forsyth County, Georgia.
I put that in because I found that, but that's the story that I'm reading. That's the book that I'm reading. So, you know, they it did what the part that you didn't really see was they stole the land. You see how prosperous that is. You see how prosperous that town. They say that's the wealthiest town in Georgia. Forsyth is the wealthiest town, but
they stole that land.
Yeah, and that happened in 1912. That happened 9 years before Black Wall Street. You had professionals there, you had middle class blacks, and you had ordinary laboring blacks that owned homes and farms and stuff. And they took it all, and now it's prosperous. That's that book I was telling you about, and that's the guy who wrote it. The little skinny white guy is the one who wrote it. I found that by accident today.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get that book. It sounds really interesting, actually.
It's kind of a hard read because
Wachovia stole a lot of that money through bankings and stuff like that as well at that time. Which is now Wells Fargo and partnered up with Chase Bank. But
and that's why they sell crooks. Wells Fargo, that's Crook Bank. But I have to use them because that's the way the state sends my money through Wells Fargo. So
but the thing that gets me in that is the cold case unjustified murders, and the last one but not least, because like I said, it's all gonna turn against black men. Like I said, I put it in the chat earlier. Raleigh group of angry white men can do almost anything because they have the law on their side and they have they can plead for medical illnesses when they do this. And under the Ku Klux Klan, they're under a government just like the churches are. So they actually are a legal gang.
But you know what, Suraf? It's not even just the law, but I agree with that. You know, historically they have had the law, but I think they also just have a belief that they can. Like that might tie into them knowing that they got the law on their side a lot of times.
It's religious belief because their Christianity that they preach, they just preach it a little different to where like, well, the white God gave supremacy to white people, and you know,
what I mean is like, isn't that what you mean when you say that they have the law on their side? Isn't that what you mean? Like they believe because of that they can do whatever the hell they want.
Yes. Yeah.
So if they just want to march down, they want to march up to the Capitol and go kick the door in and shit on the floor and say, fuck you, change the rules right now because this ain't going to happen, nigga. They'll do it, right?
Yeah, pretty much. They show it all the time. And not only do they show it all the time, it's getting worse. And then people think I'm crazy because they show it to us, but we don't process it. But do you understand they've been doing this since the beginning of slavery, and here in America, a white woman tear is damn near better than diamonds, golds, and pearls. She can get a handful of men killed off one lie, or even not even saying nothing. You know what I'm saying? In that situation, not only is a black man endangered in this situation, and his children and his wife and his resources endangered through a white woman's tears and cries. Even to today, I just seen a video where a lady stabbed her husband or stabbed her boyfriend 100 and something times and got off with probation because she cried and said she was mentally ill.
I mean,
she got community service. She got off with community service.
Yeah.
So
I think, go ahead.
And then when we look at the black women in general, I'm gonna call y'all black women and sisters. Y'all, it's like a copycat thing. Is men ain't going gay, women going black women turn at a little European eyes. The blonde hair, the fashion, y'all always rallied beside white women. Y'all thought y'all had to compete to be equal with white women. I don't know where this theory came from or this lifestyle we seeing that, but They're competing with white women. And the white women are busting their head mentally because, even though that black woman looks so good, they smart. They just going with the program. They getting their head bust.
Look at Love Me for Shiro. Shit. Okay, let's see here. All right.
I thought my career was done.
My background is not at
hold on.
all
Let me
in
remove
IT.
that. Boom. There we go. Yeah, Pumpkin, you gotta pause that one. But I mean, you know what I would
This is
really
quick,
like.
and then I gotta really go. This is quick.
Oh, what?
This one is it's about a
Oh, another
sundown
one?
town. But anyway,
People of color
yeah,
cross the
okay.
county line at risk
it's
of
a
their lives.
sundown
I
town.
remember being in the back of a pickup truck in my baseball uniform and walking along behind us. The next group in the parade were Klansmen in white hoods and robes, waving to the crowd. Forsyth County wasn't a place where people had to hide that sort of thing.
That's crazy.
In the Jim Crow
It's
era,
not.
Forsyth County, Georgia was a
It's
sundown
not because, like I said, I still live in an area where it's like a lot of black, and the Ku Klux Klan live right down the street, 15 minutes.
But what made Forsyth unique is
Oh,
that
you
it
live
stayed
in
that
the
way for
South.
70 years, well into
Yeah.
the 1980s.
One of the
Well, they're in New
questions I
Jersey
got
too, in
was,
South Jersey.
why in the
too.
world did
They
your
all
family
over.
move there? I think one
I've
obvious
always
answer
lived
is
in the
white people in America
metropolitan
don't have to
area.
know a whole lot about a place that they move to. The risk, the peril, and threat of physical violence in this community was directed at people of color. So it wasn't really directed at us.
Patrick Phillips moved to Forsyth County when he was a little kid, and he wrote a book about his experience growing up there.
When I started going to second grade there and on up through elementary, it became kind of clear to me that there was something really wrong about the place. And almost all of the kids I went to school with used incredibly racist language, referring to people of color with the N-word, wearing Klan robes. All of this stuff wasn't something that people did on the sly. And it was, in fact, a whites-only zone.
In the mid-1800s, during Reconstruction, Forsyth was a mixed county where Black people made considerable strides. By 1910, 10% of the population was Black, with Black families owning 200 to 300 acres of property individually. 2 years later, in the midst of the Jim Crow era, an anti-Black campaign led 2 neighboring counties to expel its Black populations, inspiring Forsyth to do the same. The catalyst was the alleged rape and murder of a white woman by 3 Black men in the town of Cumming.
There's incredibly strong evidence to suggest that Rob Edwards was simply picked up as the nearest Black man in the area when her body was found. And that the trial of these 2 teenagers, Ernest Knox and Oscar Daniel, they were 16 and 18 cousins. Very strong evidence that whatever else, they didn't get anything we would call close to justice.
These people in this mob beat down the door, and they had weapons, they had crowbars, they had all sorts of things. They went to where the jail cell was. They shot Rob Edwards repeatedly, beat him with a crowbar, took his body and dragged it behind a wagon. And according to the most common stories, they rode around and around the courthouse square, and everybody had target practice with this corpse. And then they strung up his body across the street and about a half a block away.
But this is a lynching participated in by like a lot of the community. Hundreds of people took part in it. When they were hung, the entire county turned their hangings into a kind of festival day. They all brought blankets and picnic baskets and sat on a hill overlooking the gallows and cheered and celebrated this hanging. It feels like a legal lynching in the case of Knox and Daniel, and certainly in the case of Rob Edwards, a very horrific lynching on the public square.
After the lynching and hangings, white mobs terrorized Forsyth's Black residents.
A Black man would open his front door in the morning and he would see a bundle of sticks tied with string just laying on his front doorstep. And that was all it took. Because that was saying, next time it'll be dynamite. There were 48 families who were documented landowners in Forsyth County at that time, Black documented landowners at that time.
In a matter of days, 1,100 Black people were displaced, eclipsing any wealth and progress they'd made during Reconstruction.
They had to leave Forsyth County, regardless of what you had, what you owned, you had to leave.
Elon Osby is a descendant of one of those families. Her grandfather owned somewhere between 60 and 80 acres of land in Forsyth.
I have a home here that's on an acre of land almost, and you're really proud of that, you know, and to think that my grandfather had 80 something acres, it's staggering. It hurts. It's sad. And I can't imagine what my grandfather must have been feeling. Land was more important than money in the bank. And I'm sure that he was very proud of himself as a Negro man, you know, to have property like that.
Forsyth remained an all-white county for over 70 years, and that pattern of violence against Black people continued.
Every decade I looked into, there was another episode of violence. There was another outbreak of really shocking bigotry. Miguel Marcelli was an Atlanta firefighter who came to Lake Lanier in 1980, and he and his girlfriend were at both of them Black, were at a company picnic on Lake Lanier, and Miguel Marcelli got shot in the head, you know, by a descendant of some of the original mob night riders in 1912.
And in 1987, the world watched as peaceful protesters of all races got stoned and attacked by a white mob in a clash with the Klan while marching for integration in Forsyth.
To see that hatred firsthand and to know that this is still happening, that these people still feel this way, it was just very scary to me. And still, it you know, it just pounded it home even more. You don't go there. There's nothing in Forsyth County for you.
Today, Forsyth County is one of the wealthiest counties in the country. It's over 75% white and 4% Black.
That land is some of the most valuable real estate in metropolitan Atlanta. Being deprived of the use value of that land for 100 years and being deprived of its current value when many of these families either sold under duress or, you know, in some cases probably sold at gunpoint, or simply it was unsafe for them to return to the county. And so they lost their land through really unjust means. This kind of land theft, this kind of, whether through legal or illegal means, is depriving of intergenerational wealth to Black families.
Does it bother you that Forsyth is now one of the wealthiest counties in Georgia and the country?
When I first heard that several years ago, it bothered me. There are some things that I purposely don't think about too much. And this is not a happy story. You know, it just does not end up happily.
The speedy expulsion of Forsyth's Black population also created land issues for the deceased.
We go around and we try to find the Black cemeteries.
There are a lot of people buried in Forsyth County that are only marked with fill stones. People were buried and their family have never been able to come back and visit their graves and see if their grave was being tended or even if somebody built a house on top of it.
So there are graves in people's backyards, basically.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in some cases, they are Black cemeteries that
Yes.
have been wiped out, basically.
Abandoned. Yeah. Yeah.
Their descendants would still be there, living on their property, if they had not been forced to leave.
How do you process that today?
It saddens me that, you know, things that happened in 1912, it's not the exact same thing that's happening now, but very similar. It is so sad to reach a point in my life, in my lifespan, and never, you didn't even dream or think that there was going to be a Black president. Never would you think about that. And so then when it happens, you think, oh my goodness, you know, we're getting there. We're getting to the mountaintop. No, we haven't gotten there. Things have not really changed.
Yeah, but I just I want to know, can't they, if they have the records, they can't get that stuff back? They can't get the land back? If she has records that her grandfather had that land, she can't sue the city to get it back?
Yeah, they possibly look. The thing is with that is they don't need to give it back. Why? They be like, it's been this long, and then they probably sold it to somebody else. It's like they be like, well, it's out of our hands because a certain amount of time has passed. You can't get, they got ways around to say we don't want to give you something, and they know that because they would have gave all the money back between Black Wall Street because it's paperwork on what was borrowed.
Yeah.
Like I said before, if you use angry white men, they just can't do it like they did before. Now they might ride up and down I-95 and show their religious white supremacy and things like that. But they're not. But during times like now, during election times, stuff like that, they're rallying, call it Antifa, or you'll see white people going crazy or storming, the Capitol, or whatever they're going to do. Those are the ways to show you that, hey, look, you're destroying America. White people are not liking this. They're already like, I want to say that. I want to say the minority. They're not the majority here. They cannot be the majority here. For the simple fact they still have the lowest birth rate and so much interracial dating and things like that. They cannot have the highest birth rate. It doesn't even make sense to me.
Yeah, but I thought maybe they could get their land back. It just so happened that I happened to be reading that book. I've been reading the same book. So
look, they should be able to pull up all bank records between 1887 and 1925 for those homes and things like that was like undestroyed and things like that. They should have records of all those things unless they went and destroyed those records, so you can't get them back.
Oh, well, I got to say good night, everybody. I enjoyed myself talking, but I really got to go because it's heading towards 12 o'clock and I got to get up early. All right.
Agreed. I appreciate it, Beverly, for coming through and sharing some of
I just threw that in because I found that today and I'm like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Happened to be the book that I was reading. So,
well, it gives people something to think about. I mean, I'm still curious about really what would the Black America policy be like? What do Black Americans in general want? Now, or not in general, what do they really think is going to help them? Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. And since a lot of people are not that impressed, you could say with Trump, with Biden, and even less with Trump, maybe some the opposite way, since they don't seem to be that ecstatic. What do they want?
They're sheeples. They don't want anything. They listen to, it's a lot of misinformation out there. And it's supposed to help. And they listen to Trump. For some reason, he has a great hold on people and stuff
He's
like
bucking
that.
the system.
And
I don't think so.
No.
But anyway, that's another topic. I'm gonna look that up and see what I find on that. But I do have to go. And
Okay, Beverly. Yeah, it's been about 4 hours now. Yo, Ralph, you want to got a last word? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I have now. Good night. What I have realized in the last couple of years, like last 10, maybe 12 years, something like that. The only president I really felt like really gave people hope in a way to feel like you can provide is President Trump. Yeah. You've never heard that many young Black folks come out saying put Trump in office. They have steady jobs, stability. You know what I'm saying? It was a confidence in Black men wanting, if you think about it, the Kevin Samuels area bust out through the Trump, all this stuff with Black men trying to, empower themselves and be more. I'm not saying that we weren't doing that at first, even though they said women are going to school and doing all this stuff. Men, even guys in the street, like in the hood, they was like, man, Trump, they getting more money with Trump than they ever seen in their life. You feel me? So, I mean, I'm just saying if he's gonna give you a chance to provide, rock with it. But I haven't seen anything since I've been a kid on up from a Democratic Party where it says the minimum wage gap or anything. Like I don't know anything they really done since I've And I don't really pay attention too much to the policies, but I understand like as a kid and you trying to learn and you like this stuff is like they want to get rid of certain type of not just healthcare packages, like you know what I'm saying, retirement plans and things like that. You know what I mean? It's just always they want to take from something, you know what I'm saying, to add to something else.
Some people disagree with you, Ralph.
I mean,
In the
they
chat
preaching
says
on the page.
unapologetically, and love me through. Is my you hear some feedback or something?
No, you good. You good. Usually I hear your go-go in the background, but it ain't jumping tonight. So
No, I turned it down just so we could listen closer to some of the speeches and stuff. But let me see here. Obamacare still exists. That's what unapologetically said. He said we did better under Obama. He said, yeah, that's what he said.
I mean, that's probably him. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna take his experience. You know what I'm saying? But we did see a lot of police brutality. We've seen a lot of inflation. We've seen a lot of people
Under
losing
who?
their job under Obama.
Okay.
Not only just that, all types of sicknesses and diseases came through underneath their leadership and all. That was to be put into play for when Donald Trump was to come into office with it in. So, I mean,
What you
people
mean
like
by
Obama.
that? Like what?
So, like they say that what's the coronavirus, right? That virus and that I guess they want to say that little theory was already going into play by the term of the next presidential election or whatever. That Wuhan disease, whatever, all of that was, during the time of fundraising and all that other stuff. So to me, it seems like it's a medical and government thing put together. That's my opinion, for an election. You get scare tactics. We need to do this. This is the way we can't vote. This is the way we can vote. See what I'm saying? The way to control. So when you look at that, a lot of people say Obama did this. I mean, I don't know anything Obama has done besides openly writes for the alphabets, and give them more, and help with overseas drama and war. And not saying he's supposed to. He's a president. I don't know his whole job title. I'm not no president or nothing like that. But it seems like a lot of things he was doing with policies overseas instead of here fixing America.
Yeah, I mean, I think the a typical American, I think just typical, is a bit behind in terms of like what government function should be doing, and I think it's so much that it just kind of like jades their views a little bit in terms of what's possible, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's pretty problematic because on one hand, it's like a lot of the frustrations you hear from Americans. Well, then you look at their NATO partners, and their NATO partners are doing something different politically. They got a different view of policy, right? And I just think that sometimes, a lot of what's going on in the U.S. is about racism, like. There's still this overcasting dynamic of, I'm not saying racism doesn't exist everywhere. It does, right? Pretty much, or some form of it. If it's not racism, then xenophobia. But in terms of the NATO nations, it seems like race plays a lot into what excites Republicans. Like, for example, like you said, hate crimes went up under Obama. Yeah, but it's just because of one man became a president the first time it wasn't a white man. And I think that kind of separation in the base population makes other things like universal healthcare problematic. Like, I believe if there wasn't a high population of non-whites in the US, they would have universal health care for everybody, just like they do in Europe. Smaller immigrant population, smaller, and yet they have health care. That's how I look at it. Universal health care. They have unions. It's a norm in the EU. It's a norm. Well, if you look at what the population base is, there's less indigenous, quote unquote, indigenous, or what do they call it? They call it ethnic Europeans in the EU. And when you look, and that means white folk. There's less white folk, Anglo-Saxons in the EU, right? Scandinavian and Anglo-Saxons. That's two groups, right? Anglos and the Saxons. But then when you look at the United States, you have a lot of different groups. But yet, all of a sudden, all those normal things become problematic. Even to the roads, even the thing about who's going to get a road. How do you pay for school? How are we going to organize school? Should everybody get welfare? I mean, it seemed like the things that are good for one aren't good for the other in America. The things that one group wants, they vote more for what they don't want somebody else to get than what they just want themselves. How else could you justify poor white people not wanting universal health care? I mean, Ralph, don't you find that ironic?
Yeah, I agree with that because, like I said, where you're at, everything is kind of like equalized, normalized. Like if you want to do unity, but in America here, like I said, this is a capital. You gotta make money here. So if you're gonna go become a doctor, you gotta kill people. You gotta get your money. You gotta string people out on drugs. You gotta tell them the truth and false narrative. And we know a lot of them old guys, some older guys and women, and they love that Obama, man. They just that Michelle looked so good, and they don't like. But what have they done? They really can't tell anything. I've never heard anybody say what has Obama actually done for our people. I've never heard no one give me a straight answer for the poor community. And there's an episode on the Boondocks.
Well, one thing he did was he, like you said, more hate crimes came when he was in office.
That's right.
So, I mean, but I think that pretty much is what you see that would play out in all the aspects of Obama. I mean, if the hate crimes went up, then politically speaking, there would be a lot of people just out to go against Obama anyway.
That's right.
Just
and
because
and it's also showing that the crimes that was committed were by what? Cops that could be looked at as KKK members or racists or supremacists or just so you see that the anger of white men are still rallying in a time when they don't like something, going berserk, and no one can do anything to stop it, not even our president. So Obama was very useless and even weaker than a Joe Biden. At least Joe Biden can stand up there as an ex-Ku Klux Klan member and lie to you in your face and continue to lie and won't do anything about it. At least he's not showing you anything improving. He's just doing what he wants to do. So,
but I mean, like Obama, look at how this woman, Obama gave the State of the. You got something in your background, like a speaker or something?
No, not at all.
Okay. Just making sure because I hear something, but it's probably just the. Oh, you know what? Let me turn my headphones off here. Maybe it's my headphones. 2 seconds.
Oh, I hear it now. It sounds like a dryer.
Yeah. Let me put this Bluetooth. Turn the Bluetooth off real quick. Because I think that could have been the device. Here we go. I can turn this off. Disconnect. All right. I think it would be better now.
Hey, there you go.
Okay. Now, even when you look at Biden's State of the Union address,
it came back.
Right.
It's faint though.
Oh, okay. I can hear it, but it's all right. But Biden's State of the Union address. I mean, Biden came with some in-depth information about what he wanted to do. Whether he does it or not, that's one thing. But the response from the Republicans, it wasn't that impressive. It wasn't about what they were going to do, or they didn't bother to disprove Biden. They pretty much didn't say anything. It's just that they don't like Biden, right? And I think it kind of shows, to me, what it tells me is that they're just going to be against the left no matter what. And probably the reason why is because the left is more diverse party ethnically, right? I mean, to me, that's what it seemed like to me. Like, and that's what I mean by race. So the left won't ever really get everything that it wants to get going, because the right's policy is literally just stop the left from getting anything done. And you've seen that play out in the Congress
all the time.
You know, the left is sitting there coming up with comprehensive plans, whether people agree with it or not. They're writing law. And then the Republicans,
they'll set a law ahead of the. So like, say like Biden wants to the diabetes thing. The Republicans might pass a bill in the healthcare where say, hey, well, this can't go into effect because of this, you know, for a certain amount of time. But hey, we'll still elect his bill. We won't veto his bill, but it just won't. You know, same thing with the guy put Obamacare still exists. Yeah, Obamacare still exists, but they took so many policies out of Obamacare. You're getting the bare minimum. It's not when it first came out. I never had it, but I heard all the old people when they first got it, they're all complaining it don't do nothing anymore.
Right, but the problem is that if you leave it up to like to the right wing's policy, which is pretty much not having to perform well, right? Nationally, like they don't have to perform well to get votes. They're getting votes even without performing well. Like, what did Trump do?
He put on a great performance, if you ask me. And I'm a Trump supporter, but I don't like the fact that I gotta vote for Trump. You know,
no, but I mean, what did he get done? What did he get into law? What did his party get done?
I don't think Trump did a lot of things with passing American law. I think as far as the laws he passed was keeping immigration out to try to help build America. I think his first 4 years was basically trying to stabilize what's coming into America so he can stabilize what's in America. And hopefully that's why he's not saying as much now, because people already see the stuff that Joe Biden has done. And now it wouldn't make sense for him to do a lot of talking when he can drop a big bomb. It's a bomb just as big as a Cat Williams interview or Kanye West interview, because a lot of things Trump says do get scrutinized. And this campaign is probably telling him, say less, but when you say something, say a whole lot much more. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
So,
but that's what I'm saying. That's not a democratic way of doing things, because what you're supposed to do is go out there and you're supposed to come with a plan, your actual plan, and allow voters to vote on your actual plan, not vote on some hidden plan or hidden agenda. You're supposed to actually be able to go out to the public and get their vote based on what you say, right? Not based on what you don't say. You know, it doesn't, see what I'm saying? So nobody in their right mind is going to settle for that in a democracy, because there's nothing else in the democracy that functions that way. They won't be voting for a mayor to do that. They won't be voting for a senator to do it that way. They won't be picking a doctor that way. Imagine if you picked a doctor and the doctor, he's not going to do what he says he's going to do. I got a secret plan for you, but I can't get it done if I tell you. I mean, what about
that should be happening, man.
It happens. No, I'm saying it happens, but it rarely turns out well. You see what I mean?
Right. It rarely turns out for anybody who has to go to the doctor. Some people go there and can find out they don't have organs, they're missing things.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, especially when you go down to anesthetics or anesthesia or something like that. And it's like, You never know. And in the Olympics, they said they were putting these girls to sleep and sexually assaulting these women in the Olympics. So they don't even know what's going on to them, because they had to go along government and national laws put around it. So it's the power that you give the government, but they don't have to say much. And I know we want them to say a lot, but they don't say a lot because they'd rather talk about news such as trauma news than tell us what's going on with our society news and America's laws changing news and things like that.
What do you think about this? Trump appointed more conservative judges than any other president.
What they got to, I mean, most people are trying to be a judge gonna be conservative anyway. They try to work their way to the top, get their money, live a certain type of lifestyle. I mean, what kind of judge you want them to appoint?
Well, I mean, I can understand if there's a something that goes to, if there's a legal debate, if there's a legal question, then you go to the Supreme Court. Okay, obviously, and you find out Roe versus Wade, all of these things. Okay, sure. So that's the back door to the democracy, right? But still, that's not good for a person that wants a democracy. Because that's like saying corruption is what's going to rule. So he appointed more conservative judges, yeah, but are they following? I mean, are they literally are they following?
No judge in my eyes, no judges. So so I mean, does it matter they was conservative or liberal or Democratic judges? No judge is really doing the best interest of the person of neither parties that are in court. So you're gonna have to pay your lawyer just to get a piece of that bread so he can eat. The defendant in the case might have to do fines, time. Everybody's in that courtroom is connected to one another. They in the same lodges, they're in the same schools, they hang out, they're restaurants. They go to work and see each other every day. So these same lawyers come back to that same courthouse every day. So they build bonds and friendships. Hey, I owe you, you owe me. It's no.
You know what I think is going to happen, Ralph? I mean, I'm going to make a prediction, and I could be wrong. I don't mind making predictions, because I could be wrong. I've been right before about some of these predictions, right? But just judging what I saw about a State of the Union response, and what I saw from Biden, right? I don't think Trump's got a chance, bro. I think he would like to believe he have a chance. And I think a lot of people that were voting for him, they would like to believe that type of style is what wins. But I think Biden is a little more clever because, like you said, there's some aspects to him. Number one, some right-wingers do trust Biden. And you need that to get policy done. No left-wingers like Trump. None. Zero. They hate Trump. You see, they literally hate Trump. Then there's the other thing about being like a mobilized machine, like who's more mobilized. When the Democratic Party gets excited, they have a lot of young people. They tend to cover a lot of ground. I mean, they tend to get high voter turnout when the odds are, when the stakes are high. Sorry.
I agree with that. I agree.
So,
I've listened to a group of young Latino and Mexican girls doing the voting with Biden running for. They said they were all saying, "Yeah, we're gonna vote for Biden." It's like they were like, like they was really super excited. Like they were like really, really young. You know what I'm saying? You can tell it's like first time voters and everything. So I do agree with that. But then I also agree with, like I said, election rigging. Now, to the old dude, man, you can keep the insults to a minimum. You don't know me. It's plenty of people that think like I think. That doesn't make our people hopeless. I don't even know if I want to be your people. you're probably, just as worse as you try to proclaim me to be with my logic. But there's a lot of people logic who see differently or even feel the same. You know what I mean? I'm not in that to that judgment. But we do know that there are a lot of people that are Negroid and they like Trump, and there's a lot of people standing behind Trump. And I think, the hype is there. And now the hype is there, people really understand. They feel more comfortable. He just feels like more of a masculine leader to some people too as well.
Oh yeah, I don't think he was trying to insult you, Ralph, but maybe just sometimes typing and everything, is a little different than vocals, speaking and stuff. But he said, I was not trying to insult you. You're just trying to get to you to see how you make you okay. Well then, he's saying you make. I don't know exactly what the bro.
I think you're trying to say I'm trying to sway their minds like I'm working with them or something. I'm just saying what I see. I don't want to convince anybody to feel any kind of way. If you feel, this is the thing about feelings, right? If you start feeling something, maybe something is triggered in you. I know when I feel something in me, something is triggered. So if it don't, if it holds no weight, don't, go let it float.
I think ultimately, I just don't see. I don't believe that Americans are that far off. So I think that Trump, an idea of a person like Trump, comes naturally to the U.S. just because there are people that have legitimate reasons for wanting to buck the system a little bit. People are frustrated, somewhat, and I think that goes all around, But the idea that all you can do is buck the system, that's not progress. Like all you can do is be a naysayer party. No to this, no to that. We don't want to be a part of this. We don't want to be a part of that. We don't, just isolationists, exclusionists. I don't think that's the thing that most Americans are going to go for, because I think, Americans recognize from the money brokers, the ones that are making the money, the ones that are really into business in the country. I think they realize that they had a lot of power in the world and they want to maintain that power. And I think the difference is that what makes the U.S. a little different is you have this dynamic where people don't want to share. It doesn't seem like there's one American group, one United States citizen where everybody's in it together. Like, I want to do good and I want you to do good too. Everybody should have this as a bare minimum. Why? Because we're Americans. That doesn't seem like what American patriotism is based on. But ironically enough, my friend, a lot of other countries, their patriotism is based on that. Like, everybody that's one of my citizens is going to get it first, is going to get the best treatment first, and then we're going to show our guests how we treat them too, how we treat them well. But the U.S. is the richest country on earth, and it's not even trying to treat its. They're not even in agreement about treating their own people well, and they're even fighting even worse over, like, they even want to embarrass themselves in front of their guests.
And and they invite the guests over here to embarrass themselves.
They
Come over here and watch us put on the circus.
Yeah, it's like, so I think it's going to come to, there's only so far you can kind of go with that strategy. And I think Trump is kind of like the release valve for it, like get it out a little bit, but it's not rational. It's
like clearing out America's frustration in a certain type of demographic.
Yeah, it has some kind of purpose.
It's like it's almost like the Purge, Book of Eli. Because Trump is going to come in with that under God, with his righteous, with his Americanized, which he's going to build up. Because it's still somewhat of a form of Christianity. And righteous is going to come with that. Pump your fist, stand high, show your patriotism, or being a patriot. Just show you that you are standing for America, and that's something that people don't see behind Joe Biden. You see a person who just setting rules. You see a person that just say, I'm going to do this but you don't feel you feel Americanized. Like I'm proud to be American when Trump is speaking. President Trump is speaking.
Oh, do you? Do you feel that way when he speaks?
I do, and I don't. I actually, it's crazy because I never had, for me, in my opinion, I never had that feeling about ever wanting to stand up for anything in America. But when Trump got in office, I felt like, hey man, I wouldn't bought me a red, white, and blue hat. I was like, hold on, man, it was polo though, but. I like, hold on, I'm rocking with Trump. I almost wouldn't bought a MAGA hat, but I was like, nah, I'll be clowning out in the hood, man. They ain't no, they're gonna trip. They're like, you doing too much now, bro. But
well,
man.
I think I never felt like wearing a hat living in the U.S. I never felt like waving a flag living in the U.S. I never felt that, right? Because I didn't have nothing to compare it to. You see what I mean? But then when I kind of like traveled around and got to see a little bit of the world and see how other people look at the U.S., I became a little more prouder. Even if people didn't like Americans, I still felt a little more prouder because I realized what it was about, what the dislike was about. I realized what people like about the U.S. and what people don't like about the U.S. from being outside, right? And what I realized is that most people on Earth wish that they had a government as powerful as the U.S. government, flat out.
That's true.
And they don't.
That is true.
They wish they had a military as powerful. They wish they do. They wish they did, like literally. And they wish that they could push that kind of weight around the world like the U.S. does. I realized most countries feel that way. China feels that way. Russia feels that way. And every other country feels that way. But they can't and they don't. And then the other thing I realized is that, it's something special like about having like the diversity that the U.S. has. I mean, but the thing is that a lot of people will never understand like why there's so much homelessness in the U.S. Like that's something that doesn't resonate well across the world. Like there's not a lot of people that will understand that. And that's not a party thing. That's an American societal thing, a belief thing. Americans literally believe that you should pay for education out of your pocket. They don't believe that they invest in the citizen and then they get back something from that investment. No, it's the other way around. They believe that, no, you should pay. And if you just so happens to not have the money, oh, well. But
I think, okay, go ahead, finish.
But when you live in a country that's as big as the U.S. is, somebody needs to build the roads. Somebody needs to build the infrastructure. So there needs to be people that are educated technically and theoretically. There needs to be the thinkers, and then there needs to be the practical people laying it down, the thoughts and the theories down. And it seems like there's a gap in that thinking in the U.S. to where it's just something else. And I think with the educational system, it's really starting to affect Americans' thinking. And I think you see it right now with Trump. It's irrational. It's becoming a thing where they don't understand that things get cheaper when you do them as a group. You have the most buying power, but yet things are more expensive for you. Why? You can put more people in school, so why are you paying more? You could buy more tomato cans. Why are you paying more for tomato cans? There's so many things inside the country that other people do not envy. Like there's a lot of people, Europeans, they would not want to be Americans for that reason. They lose their security. They lose their health care. They lose their access to education. They lose they lose their access to housing security. A lot of things. So that's what I mean by They like the power that the U.S. has globally, but they don't like the national policies in the U.S., the ones that they would have to stick with if they moved there. Now, if you look to third world nations, they don't give a damn about the national policy in the U.S. because as fucked up as it is, it's still a step up for them. But that's not what Americans should think about. Americans should think about how do they rate up against other first world partners. How is their lifestyle rated to another first world partner's lifestyle? And when you start looking at that, the numbers don't add up, you know? So I think part of that is like freedom of information. A lot of the corporate media is bought. Access to education. You have to pay for education in the US. You know, education is not just for the thing you want to study, that one thing you want to study. No, it just gets your brain going. It wraps your head around sciences. Once you get your head wrapped around one science, it's easier to wrap it around another or to understand another science, you know? It's like, and it just seems to me like we got a lot of some serious gaps there, you know, that's affecting it. But who knows what the overall, what the outcome is going to be. But to me, it seems like it's getting volatile, which is dangerous. You know, when I hear Biden say some things like America's too big to fail. I think he's right, but there's only one thing. Even though you're big, just being stupid, you could fail. Just being stupid. You could have everything set up in your favor, but just mismanaging it, you could fail. You see, no matter how powerful you are. And I think, you know, Americans are about to test that theory. You know, Biden says we're too big to fail. That means we got a big economy. How could we fail economically unless we have bad practices? You look at the US GDP, it goes up $1 trillion each year. I mean, you really have to be doing bad to mess that kind of power up, is what I'm saying. You know, that's what I mean. The US is literally the envy of the world, but Americans don't know why it is. That's odd. If you point to Europe, every person in Denmark, they tell you they know why they like Denmark. They're not powerful, but they got housing insurance, they got health insurance, they got paid vacation. Everybody's got a pension plan. That's why they like it. You see what I'm saying? You know, but if you ask Americans, why do you like a US? What would they tell you? They wouldn't be unanimous about any of those things.
They really can't even say the freedom, you know, but they would probably say the freedom, and then they'll probably say something, well, everybody gets a chance to eat, and if I had to say anything else, they'll probably say something, something, you know, that make them feel like they got something to look forward to, an aspiration or something like that. You know, it's a place of dreams. I don't know. It's living off of a story and a myth, but it's all mythical things that can be actually actual, such as a lot of the Bible is put into America, the growth of America, the system of America. So people will use, religious thinking. And like you said, with the homelessness, cult activities was basically made for homeless people, those people to get together, link up, and live a certain type of way because they were living more freely off the land. Not saying like on no nature board stuff, but homeless people, they know how to meet up, go find certain places to go, certain churches, certain food, certain they're always around.
Charity, somewhat. Like, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's a positive thing.
Yeah, and so it's a different and a positive, I'm trying to say more of a positive way of being into some type of mini cult, whatever. You'll check them out. They're all have their little tents and live amongst each other. It looks like a little witchcraft, a little, so some 1800s look King Arthur, Knights and Justice type, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But then we got the fact of the power structure, and who looks stronger. Joe Biden might not look; he might be a little crazy. You know, Joe might say, "Man, just drop bombs on everybody." Then to show that America's too big to fail. But when Trump was in office, Trump was like, "Hey, look, you don't want us to do this, so calm down. Just calm down, cause we can be just as egregious as you can, and even worse." And Trump put that message out there to look, this is America, strong, powerful. Y'all gonna back up off what we doing here. You know? You know, I never.
Yeah, but did he back down on every engagement that there was?
Well, you didn't hear about people saying, you didn't hear about
He's
even if
but,
he backed down, he made that statement to where
but he
it
didn't
was
back down
felt.
on everybody, but he
Yeah.
backed down on the big folks.
Yeah, but he made that because he knows that's world war with the big folks. You know what I'm saying? But he made that statement though. The statement was made for y'all. Look, this ain't no game. Joe Biden's not making that type of statement. He's retreating out of every situation.
You think so?
Like
You
that
think
white
it-
woman
you think
said, he
everything-
said the white woman said he's taking all of the armies out of this and there. Oh my God.
Who's doing that?
He said Biden was.
No. That was Trump. That first of all, they had a plan. The U.S. already had a plan to remove troops from Afghanistan.
Yeah.
The problem is that when Trump came into power, he set a date, and he had no plan for how it was going to happen, but the date had to be held. So after you told Afghanis, we're leaving out at this date, right? And you tell the whole world, but the president doesn't make a plan for it, that created another problem. That created a problem where if you stay, you might have to engage in
Can I ask
fighting.
you a question real quick?
Yeah.
So didn't Obama send him over there?
No, man, that was 9/11, man.
No, I'm talking about
9/11.
far as with the no, Trump was saying something about even with Obama sending people over there, I think it's like Kuwait or something like that.
No, they were supposed to draw down. They've been trying to draw down for a minute, but what they didn't want to do was draw down and leave the people that they fought for, the side that they fought for, to leave them in shambles, So they were
Okay.
trying to find a way to stabilize it so they could draw down. But eventually, because time went on, the clock is ticking, and Americans got tired of it. Then there's also a limitation about how long you can have your troops just out engaged in battle. Do you want your troops to be engaged in battle from 9/11 all the way up to today, or do you want to give them a break before they engage another major conflict? So the U.S. was trying to draw down from the Middle East and from 9/11, period. Afghanistan, the Middle East, Iraq, they were trying to draw the
I
troop
got
level.
mixed feelings. I have mixed feelings about that, VB, because if you're going to engage in battle, it's never good to quit while engaging. And also, sometimes it is good to call off the battle to refresh. Even in boxing, you get a time to breathe, but you get right back at it. But in this situation, I don't believe if you have some type of worldly encounter, it's not good to back down because people feel like they got the upper hand on you.
Well, it's like, I think that what they believed is like, and it is kind of like that, the military engagement is changing, but in terms of the troops on the ground, they already had a plan to withdraw troops on the ground. You see, now and that just changes how they engage. But there's a reason for that, because the reality of it is that how they are always seen this is that sooner or later, China's military is going to be more active, and they have way more people than any other active military. So it's not wise to keep U.S. troops physically engaged themselves like that. It's just it's just something that wasn't going to happen after a while. They would rather engage them in another way, so, but of course, it's all up to people's understanding how they see those things. But the reality of it is that Trump set that date. He made the agreement for the total withdrawal of U.S. forces, and they had to keep that agreement.
Yeah, and like I said, Trump is very American, so he probably will want the troops to come home. Hey, come see y'all families. Stop fighting all of this real quick. We got something for this. We'll just drop bombs if it need be. You know, we one of them type of guys. Hey,
Yeah,
come on home.
but see, look, that's the problem, Ralph. The game is winning, so you're not going to win if you do things like that. Like, you don't have to say we can blow your ass up. Yeah, they already know that. Everybody knows that. But that's not what you want. The message you want to send out if you want to win is not the message of we can blow anybody up we want. That's the message you put out when you want to lose.
But
Even
I think America was taking that same threat from Kim Jong Un, wasn't he? Saying basically, look, we'll just drop this. So he said, "Hey, look, we got a bigger one, and it works."
No,
So
man. How it works is that when you have the military, when you have the advantage, you don't give up the advantage. And one of the ways you can give up the advantage is the political advantage, and that's by how your mouth works. If you're out there talking like you're a bully, that's not going to work in your favor, no matter how much weapons you have. But Kim Jong-un, that's a small country. Of course, they have some nukes and things like that, but the way they do their politics is totally different. They don't have nothing to lose, bro. They have nothing literally to lose. So he could talk all the stuff he wants. There's nothing to lose. You see? Whereas though, when you're talking about the US, you're talking about losing dominance. That's a big thing.
Yeah, he can't lose to a little country like that, but
there's no way. I mean, this is what Kim Jong-un, North Korea is like the Israel. The US is Israel to China. That's all they are. It's just a game. If China doesn't want North Korea to do something, China will make sure North Korea does not.
It's probably all a marketing game. It's probably all marketing.
Of course, man.
I look at it like it's all marketing anyway. But
well, you have countries that are vassals of superpowers all over the world. So the U.S. doesn't have to plead with Kim Jong-un. They make deals with China. China tells Kim Jong-un what to do. You see what I mean? That's really how it works. Kim Jong-un is just like, I don't want to say Israel, but just to give you a comparison, Israel doesn't, if they feel like they're not getting what they want, they can do something erratic too.
Yeah, small fish. He just small fish.
Yeah, but then they will get rewards from China to quiet it down again. It's just another way of negotiating, But it's been that way. It's been split up. North Korea and South Korea has been that way for a long time, So I don't see how the U.S. is not in a losing position. The only way the U.S. can lose, and this is how I see it, the only way the U.S. can lose is if they just don't play their cards right. But they have all the cards.
I think the U.S. can lose if they lose the Navy war. If the Navy gets let down, then it's over for America. Whoever controls the water controls everything.
Well, yeah, of course, but they got that Navy. They are the ones that got the Navy. Who you think got Navy superiority? It is the U.S.
We see, those are things we don't know. Those are things we feel and we think we understand. But I was watching something about China got a whole cloaking system. You know what I'm saying? So they got underwater cloak, submarines and things like that. And, you don't know what's going on. Like, we don't know what type of intellect they have when it comes to military.
No, man. Listen, if China, whatever it is that China had, if they had the advantage over the U.S. militarily in any way, just for a brief moment in time, they would already taken Taiwan. You see what I mean? They would already be having success with that. But the reality is that they don't even feel that they do. Maybe in 20 years they might. You see what I mean? But as soon as they feel like they have something, they're going to employ it, But it doesn't matter because the U.S. Navy is right in their face. You got to think about it. Just unless China has unless they're technological geniuses, right? Then there's just it's just not it's not realistic to assume they can do that much. The reason why? Because the U.S. is throwing more money on weapons and on military than anybody else in the world anyway. You see what I mean? So it's just kind of like China has a gap that they have to face before they could really think about confronting the U.S. military and winning. Now, they could cause damage. Sure, they could cause a lot of damage, but they would likely not want the reaction from the U.S. military. I doubt that very seriously, or NATO, for that matter. Like, I doubt it. I mean, when Biden says NATO is the strongest military alliance on it, is true. That by far, there isn't any other alliance that's that strong. You could put Russia, China, Iran, all of them together. They're facing a serious military power that they won't ever face by any other group. So all those countries, they know that, man. They know. But Andre, how you doing? I see you back.
I was just going to ask. I was listening when he was talking earlier about not ending the war. Negro Ralph, were you ever in the military?
No. I'm out.
Okay, so then why? What? Okay, so I've had family members and all that stuff all up in there. I don't want my family members being out there all that time.
Yeah, I'm saying that too. I'm saying
I
that
don't
too.
care about, but you said you don't do that if you're not, you said about withdrawing, about not winning or something. How did you say what you said?
I'm just using as a hypothetical. No, I believe America is the strongest when it comes to this with war. But I'm just saying the policies of people, some presidents would prefer to keep them out there, and then also some would want them to come home. That's what I was saying. But in general, I have a sister, my grandfather, my dad, they're all military. And my sister drops bombs. Okay. So I mean, I wonder, I talk to her sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Like, how you strong, but yeah, I'm not saying that anybody will want to come home to the family, but then there are people, just like say Forrest Gump, you got Lieutenant Dan. I was supposed to die like my father and his father. Some people actually live for the thrill of war and actually are good in war and don't want to come home and prefer to be in war. So there are people like that, and they take on special ops, special duties.
Yeah. Well, those people want to stay out there. More power to them, but I just look at it different. That this particular one went on way too long, and it should have ended a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I'm glad it happened when it happened, because there's no reason for us to. We're the big bully around the world. We don't have to be around the world policing every damn body. And I had two brothers who went, and I didn't particularly care for that. I had a brother who was in the Pentagon when that building was hit. Didn't care for that. I mean, I think we just need to stop the bullshit. We are not. People want to believe what the Bible says. The Lord is a man of war and all that bullshit. That's ridiculous. And we need to stop trying to think that it's our responsibility to police everybody's problems and this, that, and the third. And, we got enough problems in our own backyard that we're not even taking care of. This military complex is too expensive, and it's costing people, the one who you're talking about is supposed to be Mr. Big, Bad, and Bold. He got 5 deferments. He never went to the military. He never went to war. So, I don't want to hear what he has to say about how we should handle a particular thing, because he don't know what the hell he's talking about. So,
they said that about John McCain too, and they made fun of him for being caught captive.
Yeah, but that's spoken by somebody who never went to war. That's spoken by somebody who didn't go anywhere. He's calling about having bone spurs. At least somebody went, whether he won or whether it came out in his favor or not. At least he went.
In my mind, if I was like, say if they had a draft like they was trying to call for in the early 2000s for for a certain reason. I think it's for the same thing we're talking about now. It didn't really hit a lot of states. But I know they had a draft in Maryland like 2003, 2002, something like that. We got a paper in the mail. But I would, if I had to go to war, I would do it, but I would want to come home as soon as I don't want to be out there shooting, killing, going crazy, staying up all night, dodging bullets. You know what I'm saying? That's not a field I particularly would like to be in. But if I had to be in, I would have to make the best of it and would love to come home. But some people would like I said, some people say, hey, look, man, this is where I'd rather be. It's freedom.
Well, then let those people stay. But for all these people who had to go and have multiple deferments, that's just not good. It's not good for the family. It's not good for any. I just don't like this notion all the time of everything has to be done, handled in this barbaric way. When it comes to, I'm still not understanding even why we went over there in the first place. So for a lot of these things, I don't know why we did what we did. But like I said, I had two brothers that went. They were there at the same time, and I'm glad they made it back here.
I'm thankful they made it back. Like I said, I call it marketing, because if you can get into other people's policies, if I help you, you help me. We sit down and talk, and we sit down and eat, and we come up with a plan. That's just what America's doing with other countries. Sometimes they might say, I don't like the food at your table, and slap the plate off the table, You know what I mean? Get up and walk out. You might say, don't come back here. And they might show up with a gift 6 months later saying, hey, look, forgive me for slapping that food off your table. But like I said, that's just how I believe everything is a circle going back and forth when it comes to our policies, when it comes to our religion, when it comes to our healthcare, and when it comes to just the way government, the society is ran. We will all get the same thing. It's just how they're going to abuse us with these things. So that's my intake on that. My output.
Yeah.
I think this is a complex thing for Americans because, like I was saying, it's a type of thinking in the U.S. that doesn't. I haven't seen it anywhere else. I mean, there's a lot of other countries where people are very clear about what they're facing on the global stage. And it's interesting because when you look at the American military, they seem to be very clear and successful, very successful when you compare them to other militaries on Earth, right? There's no question that they're successful. But, I mean, it's not like they haven't lost any battles or tied battles or things like that,
They're only successful off the strength of blacks, though.
Well, no matter what you call it, it's not only that. I mean, the U.S. is just the military is a military that most people envy. I'm serious about that. Like, it's that big, it's that powerful, man. And
That's
NATO, even NATO is magnifies that, or multiplies that, But I think the difference here is that Americans don't seem to get a sense of what their own country means to other countries, because the national policies, Americans aren't happy. It's a reflection of Americans not being happy about their national policies.
Yeah.
They're not in order with their international policy. The international policy largely is successful. The national policies largely are struggling. And I think that makes it complicated, So there's a lot of discontent, and you see that discontent kind of, just be shared. Like in this comment, the U.S. did not accomplish much in Afghanistan. The U.S. military ran out of there so fast that they left millions of weapons in military. Yeah, but there's probably never been any military to go to Afghanistan and be successful. I mean, the Russians ran out of there too. 20 years ago, it was the Russians running out of there, right? So, but the thing is, like, what was their goal in going there? And then when you look at the environment, Afghanistan does not have one friend. Not one neighbor is its friend. It doesn't have one neighbor that wants it to be successful. Pakistan doesn't want Afghanistan to be successful. Iran doesn't want Afghanistan to be successful. Like, none of them. They see Afghanistan as a threat. So anytime a foreign military moves in there to work with Afghanis, their neighbors see it as a threat. It don't matter who it is. You see, it's a unique place. So yeah, the U.S. ran out of there, but it could have been managed better. There could have been better preparation to leave, but they just didn't have that preparation,
Angela, I'm gonna say something crazy. I'm
Yeah.
gonna say something crazy because I agree with you, right? But then I'm always the one going far left. So I'm just gonna take a far right this time.
Yeah, go ahead. It's all good. Go ahead.
I believe America left them those weapons so they can say, "Hey, look, man, get yourselves back together. We did our thing. Look, here's a goal for all the guns and stuff that y'all had to waste, and take these guns and stuff." Like you say, guns are definitely needed. They run around there with Soviet AKs and rocket launchers and flip flops. I guess tanks. It's not funny, but it's funny because the way they promoted, they're shooting down buildings against people who have really if we're so strong, we're showing that people with hardly any resources to guns in a small military, we held up a fight with them for so long just to run out of there. That doesn't show a lot of strength to me.
Well, if they wanted to go in there and just slaughter and kill everybody, they could have done it, but that wasn't their goal. You see,
But it
that's
was
the
time
thing.
to go, Brown.
I'm saying, yeah, it's time to go, right? But listen, I'm just saying, right? All right. If we playing
I'd
chess,
have ran my
right?
ass out of there too. The first time they said, hey, it's time to go. Hey, deuces, dog, I'm out. What's the point?
So that's what I'm saying. The meaning got to be a little bit deeper than that, Miss Andrea. Because, like I say, if we playing chess, right, and we try to get to the most powerful piece on that
It
table.
was nation building, Ralph. It was nation building. The problem is that you basically it comes to no matter how much money you throw at Afghanistan, you get the same result because none of its neighbors want it to be successful anyway. It doesn't matter which one has power, which Afghani has power. The other nation don't want none of them to have power.
Right, and it seems like it's a takeover spot. Like, who wants this? Who's going to take this spot over and have the responsibility of this area? Like, it's a resource there or something there.
Look, the U.S. and NATO was there because of oil, the oil pipeline.
Okay.
How can they get access to the oil pipeline? That's by working with some of the Afghani people. That's how.
So you can't fully destroy it because then you mess up the oil, the natural resources. So you go there and just shoot a bunch of people up and
It's
scare
their
them out.
pipeline. It's their pipeline. They've been working on the pipeline. So nobody wants to destroy the pipeline.
Right. But I'm
Nobody
saying
wants
I'm saying is to have a war like on the level that I'm talking about, it would destroy the pipeline and then nobody would definitely want it. So that's why they go there on foot with the smallest type of military arsenal and weapons.
Yeah, they didn't want to take Afghanistan.
Yeah, they wanted to go drop bombs, small little missiles, and shoot stuff up and scare.
They just
get them out
wanted
of there.
to disempower the other group of Afghanis, essentially.
Yeah.
And then build up the group that was willing to work with them to allow them to run the country. And then after this country is up and running, then they make the business deals. But that's all that anybody wants out of there. Nobody wants to stay there. You see what I mean? So they never wanted to stay there in the first place. But I'm not saying that it's a good policy to run. It costs a lot of money to do it that way, and it didn't necessarily turn out the way they wanted it to. So I'm not saying that it's a good policy, but Afghanistan is not a good measure of like what you can win and what you can't win. I mean, if for the most part, the only people that we even dream about dealing with the U.S. military is China
and Russia.
And Russia really ain't trying to have it. I mean, they got their hands full, but it's really China. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and so because they got the manpower, you see. So whatever engagement you get involved with them, they could sustain a long, protracted war. Russia can't sustain that. They only got 150 million people, man. Russia's got. You see what I'm saying? And they have a huge country to protect with 150 million, the biggest nation on earth
They got
with
some
only
very
150
strong
million.
looking people with them steroids and too, you know, they'll be watching the women in the Olympics, they look real strong. And you know, they might be
But
on the
Russia
survival
is not trying to
block
fight they're not trying to fight a direct conflict with the U.S. That's the
Yeah,
thing
I
about
was joking. Yeah, I was joking with that though.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
wasn't serious.
But they can be a problem. They can be a problem for the U.S. and they would try to be, you know.
Mhm.
But I just think that it's like it is some kind of like inconsistencies with Americans' national program versus their international program. Their international program runs pretty well, like pretty well. The national programs, Americans don't seem to be happy with, and it affects how they view their foreign policy. You know, because why would you give a fuck about foreign policy when people ain't doing right inside? I mean, every American
right.
is saying that. You
That's
see what I
right.
mean? But there is some issue there. You don't have to make believe that the foreign policy is unsuccessful. You don't have to make believe that.
Well,
It's
that's
very
true. Long as it's legal. Long as it's
Yeah.
legal, I'm cool with it.
Oh,
Man.
it's about as legal as legal gets,
Yeah.
which is corrupt. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know, why would you got to understand when it comes to Russia, China, and any superpower, legal is what they can get away with.
Right. I
That's
agree
what
with
it
that.
comes down to.
Legal, yeah, anything that, you know, some people can justifiably steal legally, you know.
Yeah.
Like I was saying with these banks. These
Yeah, I
banks and
mean,
third parties.
yeah, look at the Security Council. Who's on the Security Council? You see what I mean? So it's like you got China, you got Russia, you got the United States, and a couple other countries, but it ain't for everybody. Everyone doesn't decide those kind of things. So it's kind of it's sad, but that's how it works, you know. But I don't know. It's a good conversation to have about the one we having right now, and I think we're gonna have it again. Fuck it, every Sunday, because we're gonna get better at it, and hopefully we get more people to hop up on the panel, speak their mind. You know, because you do see you see there's a lot of difference of opinion even among Black folk, but
Yeah.
I think it's just American. When I look at the difference of opinion here, I see every American having the same, being reflected the same way. You got just different. You have alternative views of what should be going on in the U.S. and what the U.S. should be involved with as American citizens. But when I look at, and you do have that in a lot of countries, but I'm just trying to let my American, y'all know, African American brothers and sisters know that when you step outside of the U.S., you would be surprised to find out that if a lot of people could have the power that you have internationally, they would take it instantly overnight. Instantly. So just keep that in mind. You know, what they don't like is the national policy. They're in agreement with you. How come there's not universal health care in the U.S.? That's what the United States NATO allies are saying. How come there's not paid education in the U.S.? That's what they're saying. They're saying, how come there's so many homeless in the U.S.? That's what they're saying. They're saying, how can that be in the richest country on earth? That's what the NATO allies are saying. And for some reason, American politicians just don't seem to want to take that conversation up all the way. Not on both sides of the aisle, you see? And I think it has something to do with just the wealthy in America are the most wealthy in the West, and they seem to always get their way. They get their way. They deciding the prices of things, you know? That's how I look at it anyway. That's just my opinion, you know? Just my opinion.
Yeah, and I was going to say, too. They're also saying, how are you going to tell us how to treat people and you don't even treat your own people right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, we are trying to be the police around the world, and then our people at home we're not getting anything that should be remotely to help us to be a better nation of people. because they keep wanting to have the haves and the have-nots. They keep trying to put some big divide between the haves and the have-nots and so forth and so on, as opposed to making it to where we build a better country by making people better, by giving them what it takes to live in this country. But we don't want to do that. I mean, God forbid that we think about our own citizens and figure out what's the best thing for them, because that's not sexy, right? We got to show how many weapons we have and how many countries we can invade and all that other stupid shit that's not helping people here in America. You know,
It's
you
not,
go and
but
spend money.
it'll crash the economy, Miss Andrea.
What?
If you start doing a bunch of good in America, it'll crash the economy. It's
Okay,
made
well,
off. It's made off of lies. Made off of
They
lies.
crash the economy.
feelings.
They crash the economy all the time, and we come right back. I mean, you know, we're always on the verge of the government being shut down, and we come right back. I mean, it's happening all the time.
It depends on what route they want to take.
Well, you got to look at it like this. The U.S. has 350 million taxpayers, 350 million people, you know, that's a lot of people. So they're able to accumulate, they're able to generate power through that, you know. That's what they use to their advantage. That's bigger than a lot of other single entities. That's bigger than Russia. That even though Russia geographically is a lot bigger than the US, the population is half its size. You see what I mean? Or even lesser than that, you know, and that's the same for every other, you know, well, that's the same for all the other NATO countries, which their economies are strong too. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, in a way, the US doesn't really have problems. The problems they have, they're self-created, damn near.
Yeah.
They're self-created, you know, and it's that's the irony of it. You know, the poverty is self-created. Other countries with less money are managing their money better for the citizens, and in even generating wealth, you know, through just better management. Man, to put it shortly, the rich got what they want in the US. Other people don't. That, just to put it shortly, you know, and that's the difference. And you know, and they keep saying if you charge the rich more in the US, then they will move outside of the country. Well, then you're not a patriot. Look, one of the biggest shipping companies in the world is called Maersk. That's a Danish company. You know how much shit they built inside of Denmark? They're responsible for so many things. Half of the grocery stores here, schools here, they paid for. It was a donation, pretty much. You see what I mean? But the rich in the US, they left those days a long time ago. They stopped thinking about what they're going to do for the US citizen, what they're going to do for the parks, what they're going to do for the everyday life of the American. You know, they just look at it as it's their money. You know, they don't look at themselves as we're all Americans first. So I think that's the big difference there. You know, it's a different way of thinking, man. It's a different way of thinking. Danish people think they're special. German people think they're special. Italian people think they're special. French people think they're special. They're proud of being that. American people, they're still trying to figure out if they should be, what is to be proud of. Can they be proud of all Americans? Can white America be proud of Black America? Can Black America be proud of white America? Can Asian, you know, can Hispanic America be proud of white America? Can Native America be proud of? You see what I mean?
Yeah,
and I think that's kind of where the
I'm
restrictions
about to step
come.
down. Not to cut you off, sorry about that,
Yeah.
but I'm about to step down real quick. And y'all, I'm gonna listen, but y'all have a great night. And you're right, VB. We need more patriots here in America. But in a crisis, I believe America will stand together and trample over all. But we do need more patriotism here.
Yeah, I hope so. We're gonna find out.
Okay.
Hey, bro. Appreciate it, bro.
Y'all have a good night.
You too.
You too. Oh, Beverly, you back up? I thought you was trying to escape.
No, I had to do something. I did what I had to do. Now I can't go to sleep.
Okay.
I get like that sometimes.
Well, I got to go to sleep soon. I got to get a
Yeah.
couple hours sleep for my next day. Even though I'm off tomorrow, I still got some things to take care of. Let me read one of these comments here. This is Donnie. He said, I used that as a test. Just ask the military person. Was young going to the military about being patriotic. I mean, I think that's a real issue right now for Americans. Sad enough to say. I mean, but it's just cold facts. Trump ain't proud of the Democrats. He's not proud. I mean, Republicans as a party, it's only a two-party system, number one. So, I mean, that's not how reflective of the people is a two-party system. What Americans are willing to do, the aristocrats and the wealthy, what they're willing to do for their country is really being put to test right now, because I think a lot of it, just like resolving issues of the past, has a lot to do with what they want to do. If they want to resolve the issues of the past, they can help that process. But if they don't, they can sit on the sidelines and just make it a voting thing and see who wins.
Yeah.
You see, they don't have to put their money behind it or their weight behind it, the aristocrats and the wealthy, if they don't want it. You see, but the cold fact of it is that some of them won't. There's some billionaires in the United States that are some stone cold racist, like flat out. And that is, in my view, the reason why they're not so patriotic about all Americans. I mean, can you imagine African Americans have fought in every war in the country, yet they're still fighting for equality?
Yeah, crazy, ain't it?
I mean, that's not happening in any other country.
Yeah.
That dynamic don't exist. Where does that exist? So there it is.
What you think about revolution? Because I hear a lot. I listen to a lot of other channels too, and they talking about revolution. They're gonna fight the government, and I think it's crazy myself.
Who's saying that?
No, it's just different sites I see.
Who?
On
You
YouTube.
talking about right wingers?
No. I'm talking about Black people saying they want to be a revolution. They're going to want to fight for reparations and stuff like that if it comes down to.
Look at unapologetically said revolution means dead dummy.
It does, because I was saying the same thing, because you can't win against this government, because whether you like it or not, they do have the United States has a great military, a very strong military.
Yeah.
Exactly. Poor Black people, like you say, poor Black stupid people, they won't think twice about taking them out.
Exactly. If it was anybody but Anglo-Saxons marching on September 6th up to the Capitol, they would have been dead.
Exactly.
That's just what everybody recognizes that. So and they could lie about it today and say, well, no, there was other reasons why we couldn't. Yeah, right, sure.
It was a rally.
They could get killed every day trying to run up on that place. You know what I'm saying? Any other day, people get shot.
Mm-hmm. I listen to them, but I kind of stay away from it. And
plus, look, why? What I never understood is, I'm gonna be honest with you. Why fight the most powerful government on earth when nobody likes your ass anyway? Who's gonna help you? And the only reason why anyone's going to help Black Americans is not to help Black Americans. It's to help themselves. So that's a war for you. You see what I mean? So, I mean, I would rather leave, to be honest with you, because, I mean, there's some of the things that you have to face are so insidious that, to be honest, a wealthy country like the U.S., no one should have to face. Nobody.
Nope.
So at some point, you just got to ask yourself, like, why not use your resources enjoying your life? Get the fuck out of Dodge for a change. Try something else. Try something. Do you know how much, you know, what's the difference between living in North America from South America? The prices. You're going to go
Yeah.
down there. There's some native Indians, there's some Spanish speaking people, and there's some black folk. What's the difference? You know what I'm saying? Yo,
Yeah.
they eat the same kind of food. They like the same kind of music pretty much. They like the same kind of clothes pretty much. Well, what is it? What's it? You know, but people, they think living in the U.S. is the only damn place they're supposed to live, the place where they fought in every war that ever exists, yet still trying to get equal rights. Get out of here. Like,
Yeah.
you ain't wasting my time with that
Re-
shit.
Revolution is not the way.
Well, there's different kinds of revolution. It don't always have to be
They
direct.
mean armed. They're
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about armed
Yeah, they out
revolution.
their mind.
That's
They,
dumb.
they out their mind. All they're going to be is used by some other government that's just going to use them like a lab rat as like some first wave to create some confusion. Then nobody's going to help Black Americans fight no war. You know, like, no, that's not how the world works. You know, people that give people stuff, they give it to them because they want something from them. You know, that and these kind of things. So, I mean, I don't believe in that's just how I look at it. I don't believe it that way at all. You know, it's
I don't either.
and why should African Americans have to fight their own government for equal rights, for reparations? It should be given. If you're not good enough to have it given to you, then fuck them anyway. That's how I look at it. What are you wasting your time for? It should be very simple if you ask me. Come with the goods or the deal is off. I can live with you. I can pay my taxes. I don't have to believe in you though. Like, straight up. I don't have to be patriotic to follow the law. You see, like, yeah, you know, that's how I look at it. Like, that's just how I look at it, and I don't have any other reason not to look at it that way. Now, if some other American, I don't have any issue with people fighting for the U.S. if the U.S. is attacked, or even recognizing that, you know, there's some good things about the U.S. that are worth keeping. I don't have any problem with that logic. Or even the Western world. There's some things, there's some positives there, you know, but at the same time, there's a lot of positives in a lot of places. You see? I mean, and then also, I just have to ask the question, does my country give a fuck about me? You know, do they? I mean, I don't know. Am I alive because of my country? Or am I alive because I made choices a lot of other people don't make? I made my own choices. I lived my own life. Nobody in the government told me what to do. Hey, V, you should go and do this. You should do that. Take a chance on this. Go see what this place is like. Hell no, ain't nobody in the government telling me anything like that. You know, I went and found out myself.
That's
you know,
the way you got to do it.
You know, so I mean, I'm not saying that they evil or anything like that, or any more cruel than a lot of places, but I'm just keeping it real. You know, they got people coming up for. I believe in voting, and I'm going to vote, but man, they really have some tired ass policies. Like, really, I mean, the bottom line is where I'm living, I got health care. What do you got? Where I'm living, I have my pension. Any job you have, you get a pension. What do you got? Where I live, my kids, they're going to get paid to go to school. As soon as they're old enough, they'll be finished their primary school. They get paid to go to school. What do your kids got? That's really what it comes down to me. You see what I mean? It's like, put your money where your mouth is. That's what I say. Like, prove it. Prove that you care. You know, make an investment in your people. See, I will never let the United States off the hook for not making an investment in their own people.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to be foolish and just be like, yeah, I'm voting for Trump because Trump is going to make an investment in my people. I'm like, shit, he's not sounding like it.
Yeah, people were talking about, even with that, they were trying to talk about him, re-signing that thing to give $340 million back to the HBCUs and stuff. And only 90 million of that went with that. But they don't look at all the land grant monies that they withheld from there. I think there's 16 of them left out. There's 16 HBCUs where they owe billions of dollars to. That little $340 million is just an insult to what is owed to these land grant HBCUs. So I don't want to hear that. I'm like, man, I go take that and shove up your ass. Don't want to hear about that.
I mean, what's the point in being like living in the most wealthiest country on earth, but you experience freedom less than somebody else? What's the point in that? You see what I mean? Like,
repeat it again, VB. I'm sorry.
What's the point in living in the richest country on earth, but you experience less freedom?
Exactly.
What would the point be? And I just think it's like once you figure out that there's other people doing things a little different and, and covering some of the basics better than what the U.S. government has decided it wants to cover for its own citizens. Once you figure that out, you stop wasting time, and because I could still vote from outside. I could be a proud American from the outside.
Yeah.
I mean, and there's a lot of other things that go along with that too, that are hassles. I mean, there's police, you get harassed by police everywhere, but the United States got some serious police brutality problems.
Mm-hmm.
Serious. You see what I mean? Like, what could be worse than being in your own country and experiencing police brutality? That's normally in other countries something that only foreigners get. You know what I'm saying? They might treat the foreigners like that. Who the hell are you? You're not one of us. But in the United States, they treat one of their own that way.
Yeah.
One of their own. That's so odd. That is so odd. And then they want to know why people aren't patriots. It's like, shit. Patriot? No. You would have to be insane. You could want to be a patriot all you want, but George Floyd happened for real.
Yeah.
I mean, that really happened. Try being a patriot after you had to watch somebody get their ass beat and die just because of how they looked, just because of their color. And their ancestors were slaves too.
Yeah, and there were people before them. Before George Floyd, we had so many other people murdered before him, and
exactly.
Exactly.
So, I don't know.
Anyway.
I just, so I hope Biden really does want to do some good. I think he wants to do some good, but I think that, and I'm gonna vote for his ass pretty much because look, what choice do I have? I can't reduce myself to voting for a secret agenda. You got to tell me what you want me to vote for. Then I'll come out and vote, But I just think that the US, it is having a problem, and it's just it's its own problem that it's created itself. And that is like Americans don't love and respect and honor Americans. So how could you be proud of that? How could you be patriotic about that? That's insane.
Yeah.
So until they figure that one out, I have some like real reservations about its ability to move forward. And I think that's going to be the Achilles heel of the U.S. Like if they don't work out these issues about ethnic problems, racism, and things like that, it's going to have more harm. It's going to be the one thing that could create harm to the country. The foreign policy they could beat. They could win plenty of wars outside. They can destroy plenty of places and plenty of people and plenty of militaries. But what's going on inside of the country is like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Agreed.
sad. It's sad. All right, well, I'm gonna close down shop. Beverly, you want to say something before we go? Let's do it next Sunday. Sounds good. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, we could do something next Sunday. I was just listening to that, what y'all was saying. I was surprised actually to see that you were still up there. I said, man, they still going.
Yeah, well, the conversation turned to international politics a little bit. It took a little spin with Ralph. It was good to have Ralph up here.
Yeah, Ralph is something else. I like Ralph.
Next time we're gonna get unapologetically up here too, and and see how it goes. Yeah, get him up here.
What's going on with this thing with Queen's Throne and stuff? I don't know. She went on a whole nother level.
Oh, really? I don't know. I'm
What
not sure.
happened?
No, she's stuck in that thing fighting back and forth with Sinetta.
Oh, yeah.
She's stuck on it. Huh?
I don't know. I mean, that's cool. That's okay. It's
No,
just
but
me.
I liked it when I first went to her. I liked it because she would have court cases, and she would talk about them, and whether they was going to get the person lied. So I like true crime, and I did. But I mean, after a while, I'm sick of Sinetta. Sinetta will go down just like nobody thought Sinful the P was going to go down. Nobody thought. Nature Boy was gonna go, Polite going, but slowly but surely they all gonna go. They all going down.
Nandy said he's being investigated by the feds. So
it might be.
Yeah, it might be. I wouldn't be surprised though. To me, it sounds like good. Like the timing sounds about right. I predicted that. I predicted once Polite is in jail, it'll take a few months, and then some things are going to happen because I believe he's implicated in other crimes outside of the state crime, So, because come on, all that wire transferring money and all that scamming, he got a lot of people that made complaints about him, like a lot of people.
And Sinetta's on it because I'm friends with somebody who used to be with Sinetta, but they backed off of him. They backed away from him because he saw all it coming. Because he kept telling me, he kept telling me, he said they ain't right. They scammed the money. He tried to get him to give the money back, and it was always something about money with Sinetta. And I don't think his money is like it used to be.
Nope. And plus,
I'm just glad I didn't. I'm just glad I didn't know none of these people until a year and a half ago. Didn't know nobody. I didn't know nobody, and I'm glad I don't know nobody. That's why I don't call them. I don't say nothing about them because I don't know them to say anything. I just comment, but I'm glad I didn't know nobody. I was too busy working. Anybody had time.
I didn't know him like that, like like on a personal level, but they just. I just got caught up not caught up, but I just got interested in it because, I try to learn. So I try to learn a little bit of something from everything. But that I noticed, then he started scamming in the different ones, and he, you can't.
Oh, Big Bennett, you stop.
Yeah.
Why y'all talking about Sinetta? Stop that. Come on, y'all leave that man alone, yo. That man, look at what he done. He done so much for our community. Leave that man alone, yo.
First of all, I don't like Western civilization anyway. I don't like Western civilization.
I mean, it's just have a reckoning. The U.S. should have been the leader of the reckoning. The U.S. got to be the leader of the reckoning of the past history in that country. And if they don't take the lead, it's going to be tragic. It's going to be tragic for the United States, because you can't be the winner and not take the lead on reparations, repairing damage that has accumulated. That's the problem. So they better.
And
The politicians are fighting it, though. The politicians are fighting it. They're the right wing don't want to have any part of that conversation. The left wing is trying to figure out how to make ways, create ways that they can bring the right along so they can get something done. At least that's what it looks like, and it just ain't happening. So right now,
because you got too many of them wanting, like, well, I didn't do this, and it's not. And we're not even talking about. We're talking about what the government was involved in. The government was involved in keeping us in a particular place, and the government owes the Black community or Black people in America. They owe us money. I mean, just the government. We're not even asking, and I don't care what government's in place now. It's all of them have played a part in keeping us in where we are. So it's all of them.
Yeah, they got to do something. But I think if we do our part, just talk about these things and be honest about it, and respectful but honest, things will change. But we have to all try to do our best and play our part in the conversation, and also be willing to just listen to each other. There's something about hearing new experiences or getting new voices and things like that has a way of helping the conversation grow, helping it take a healthy direction, and I think we just need to be mindful of that, and that the answers are out there, the solutions are out there. It's just a matter of everybody feeling like they can be part of a solution, or that they have a stake in a solution, and the U.S. government is very powerful. They got a lot of money at their disposal, so they don't have any excuses, but people, we need to be about having a conversation too, regardless of what they do.
Yeah, when they were getting all that help by the government, they weren't complaining. But as soon as it became, something that should have been available to everybody, all of a sudden it becomes a problem, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's like, you benefit from they benefited from everything, from land to farming to GI Bill, even the military, even our military men and women who served during the World War I and II and stuff like that. They didn't come back here coming from Vietnam War. They were not treated. They didn't get the GI Bill to help them get homes and stuff like that. They didn't qualify for all of that. But then they want to holler about, oh, we didn't do it. Well, no, the government did it. That's why the government owes.
Yeah.
Like, stop it.
It's true. And it's not going to be. It's a reckoning for America. The United States, also Central South America. Similar dynamics going on with the people. And but the problem is that the U.S. if it doesn't resolve its issues, it's going to have a residual effect. Like, it's a sign of weakness. In other words,
how long has this quest for reparations been going on? Because I'll be honest, I never heard of that until maybe the end of last year. Until
no, they've been talking about it for a while.
Yeah, I think originally it's probably like in the either early 90s or late 80s is the first talk.
Well, see, I was at work.
That was in Congress, I think. Yeah.
I was working all the time.
Is it HR 50 or HR? What is it?
Yeah, something like that. I remember that. Yes.
Oh, so this isn't really new then. It's not really new. Asking for reparations. I thought that was something that had just came out.
Well, this is a new one. The new one is HR 40, but there was one before this.
Yeah, because I think Ta-Nehisi Coates and Julian Malveaux and some other people were on panels talking about that before Congress.
Right.
So, yeah.
But this is the one that's up there and for Congress now, that the bill that they're working on now. It's HR 40. So,
So who
and
gets the money though? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
well, it's a comprehensive plan. They're trying to figure out how they're going to do it. You know, that has to be in place before, you know, it goes up for a vote, obviously. You
What
see
they
what I mean?
give you money monthly?
But there was an exploration vote, you know. They passed something for exploration, I believe. They don't know that kind of stuff, giving you money and all that, what it's going to be, that's not figured out yet. But that's what is supposed to be what folks are working on to offer up, you know.
Oh, like my grandparents and my aunts and uncles, my mother and father, they're dead. So that leaves me out of reparations because it, you know, I guess.
You said what?
Huh?
You said what?
I said my family is dead. My mother, my father, my grandmother.
Oh no, that
They,
don't have nothing to do with that. It's several components. Number one, it's your genealogy, your family history, your family lineage in the U.S. That's what it's about. So if you have lineage in the U.S. that went through slavery, and not just slavery, also Jim Crow, either one, so Jim Crow, slavery, then I think you will be a person that can get some form of reparations. It's true. That's what it's about. And that goes for anybody, you know. So, and I think that's partial, you know, there's some degree about partial. There's some limits to partial, but it's for people that have both parents or partial parentage. You know, so and it has some other, I don't even think it's only slavery. It's also, some of it is for like Jim Crow. Because, you know, everybody didn't experience slavery, but that doesn't mean you didn't experience, you know, extreme like apartheid, right? So, I mean, there it is, apartheid.
What does he mean by
apartheid?
there are some black people who got their own reparations? I don't know what he means.
I think there's some people like trying to. I'm not sure about what he's saying. Let me see here. African migrants.
It's the next one down.
There are some black people who got their own reparations. Oh, what you mean by that? Jim Crow, not slavery. It might have been a few in history, right? There might have been a few in history, yeah. But that's Yeah. There's some different people that have, but we're talking about reparations from the United States government for slavery in the U.S. But that's true. Yeah. I mean, there needs to be more talk about reparations, and but I think African Americans, if they really want to speed up the process, they will start talking about reparations too, and not in terms of like talking about it like I want reparations, but just talking about what should a plan consist of, who should be working on a plan, how is that structured. I believe you got civil society supposed to be a part of that, and usually it means multiple civil society organizations that are supposed to work together with the government on a plan for reparations. I believe that's how it's supposed to be structured, right? And so, but who that is, I don't know right now. Yes. Okay, they still chatting. Well, I'm gonna close this down. Maybe we can have a conversation about that though. I want to try to find somebody to know something about reparations though in more detail. Yeah, but I appreciate it. It's been a decent night. It's like, wow, it's almost 6 hours now. So
yeah,
we're gonna shut it down. But I appreciate everybody. But guess what?
You're welcome.
I'm gonna be back tonight. I'm gonna be back. And tonight is about it's number 2 of who can be black, who are black people.
By that, what do you
identify as
mean
black?
who are black people? You mean,
Huh?
but you're gonna talk about the racial type or as a whole, like in the communities now? Is that
Yeah,
what you're gonna talk?
who can call themselves black? Who can identify as black? That's what we're
Well,
going to talk about.
I think I got what you're trying to say.
according to
Yeah,
the theory now, you can identify as whatever you want to identify as.
exactly. But we're going to find out if how much sense people's ideas make, and put them to the test. You know what I'm saying? You just have that conversation, because that conversation can happen anywhere, but it could also happen here. And
Yeah.
let's see if we can add some interesting insight to it. But I'm sure, and we're gonna see if we can get Kat to come up on the panel and talk, see if she's willing to talk about her ideas of blackness, and anybody else would
I'm gonna listen to that one because
yeah, you should hop up on here too, so you could get some people
I
that
don't
go
have
against
much.
you.
I didn't look at. I never looked at it. Who was black? I never looked at it like that. I always knew I was. I always thought. Well, I thought I was black anyway. So I don't know.
Yeah, but then we're gonna find somebody that think that's not good enough, Belle. Not good enough.
Well,
We're gonna talk about all kinds of stuff related to that.
Yeah.
we'll see. You know,
Right?
man. I say I'm gonna listen, then I wind up saying something.
Somebody gonna piss
All
you
right.
off, and you're gonna be up here on the panel. All right, I got you.
All right. Well, I'm out.
All right,
It's a pleasure.
Andrea. You
All
have a
right.
good evening.
You
Yeah, have a
too.
good sleep. You too. All right, Beverly.
All
I'll
right.
see y'all.
Hey,
All right, see you later on tonight.
whatever.
All right, everybody in the chat, y'all be good. Appreciate the conversation. We're gonna be back next Sunday with more political talk. But tonight, just what is it? 12 hours, something like that from now, roughly. Yeah, 12 hours from now, we're gonna be back with Who is Black? Who can identify as black? Who are black people? See ya. Peace.